I don't know who those people are, but they're here. Rose Bradshaw's here. Good morning, Rose. How are you? Oh, it fell down. I'm sorry. How are you?
I'm great. How are you this morning?
I am running. I'm discombobulated, as usual. That's okay, though. Day 4 of the what's turning out to be a really fascinating week. I mean, I knew it was going to be, but it's absolutely incredible what we're dealing with this week. It's I mean, every day we got somebody new to talk to. Yesterday we had Rose was on for the first time ever. She was so excited she came back for more. I guess the coaches, the referee thing is probably a nonprofit group too. You guys could probably come back on and make a pitch for volleyball referees.
Well,
so
we need referees all the way across the state of Texas in every sport.
That's another conversation that I would love to have for sure. Because I'm irritated with the whole refereeing thing. You know, people just relax, chill out. You know, no one's perfect. Yeah, you got to think about how good you have to be to see the line on a volleyball call. I mean, I sometimes I'll look at it, I'm like, that was a bad call, but that's just part of the game, you know. Or it's a great call, you know. Or if you see sometimes you'll see a play so fast, you're like, oh, how do they see that, you know? But you know, I like the Little League guys that are doing the Little League World Series right now.
Awesome.
They do a great. Those guys are all volunteers. They don't get paid anything. They got to pay them. They got to pay their way, and then they get abused. So, you know, that's just the worst part about it. All right, let's get to it. We got things. Rose is here. Today's show brought to you by Peterson Health and South Star Bank. The Women's Chamber of Commerce does what?
We basically help women helping women in our community. We do a lot of fundraising. We do a lot of other philanthropy organizations and helping them as well. But to date, we've given over $250,000 to women to further their education, to help their families and grow in our community.
That's amazing. And how long have you been a member of the Women's Chamber of Commerce?
I got here in 78, and I think I started like in 79 or 80.
Really? I mean, so you've been involved with that much stuff for that long. That's incredible. Like, you were like 14 years old when you came here, right? Is that right? Were you like still in high school? What happened?
I was 6.
You were 6. And the Women's Chamber, I've been to different events. They host a lot. They host some events. Like, what kind of things do they host?
We do the annual Veterans Appreciation Dinner in July, and this year we were lucky that we did it before July 4th, so we were able to host almost 100 veterans at the Dietert Center, and that's a totally free event. We communicate out with our local vendors and our local restaurants to help us out, and it's like a big potluck. Everybody donates something, and we dish it out to our veterans and those attendees, and give them appreciation and give them gift cards and all sorts of things for our community.
So that's just one of the many things they do. And what does it take to be a member of this organization? Like, what is the key?
Even though it says Kerr County Women's Chamber, we have had men members before, so you're welcome to be a member.
Yeah, but do I have to dress up for this event, or what?
No dress up.
Oh, no dress up.
We meet once a month.
Where do you meet?
First Wednesday of the month. Well, it was Buzzies, but now it's Tapatia.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
We meet there for about an hour and a half at the most.
Okay.
And there we hash out and see what we're doing. We do beautification awards. We go around, have a committee that goes around town and chooses a yard or a business.
Right. Yeah. That's right. I've seen those placards around town. That's true. Yes. Do you? What's interesting about this is that when you came here, how many women-owned businesses do you think? And compared to now, I mean, now there's so many women that are. I look at several women in this community. In fact, I got to text one back. that that own businesses. I mean, it's a pretty incredible number, right?
It is, and it's getting larger and larger as we grow in our community. But there's a lot of women who are not really necessarily the owners, but have been in charge of the businesses for years.
Right.
So it makes a difference when a woman takes charge.
I'm thinking of like people, in this town that own businesses, like Kim Clarkson's mom. Mm-hmm. I mean, like, the ladies like that, who've been here, who've owned the business for 145 years,
She's not that old.
I know, but I mean, that business is 100 years old now, and it's thanks to her stewardship that it's continued on.
And passing the traditions on to your children,
right.
To your own ladies in the community, and trying to keep them in our community. Lots of people, they graduate and then they want to venture out. They want to go away from here.
Right.
But then they somehow Kerrville pulls them back.
Yeah, exactly. Kerrville pulls them back. I've been in communities like that before too, where it just pulls you back. There's also leadership in this community that is very woman centric, and you're considered a leader in this community. How long have you worked at So Fast for?
38 years.
38 years. How many paper cuts have you had in that period?
Oh my gosh, can't count that.
Do you have any? You have all your digits and everything, all your fingers? Got them all?
Got 'em all.
I know. I always ask that to Joe Herring. How many fingers? You're not a real press person. Yeah, you lose a finger, I guess.
Lose some nails.
Yeah, I bet you do. 38 years though, and you look around this environment though with the Women's Chamber though. What do you think the biggest accomplishment has been?
I think the biggest accomplishment that the Women's Chamber has put forward in our community is being able to help those individual women who have no other resource to be able to continue their education, to get a better job, to move up in the community, move up in their job, or just be a well-rounded female in our area to be able to support their family. Some of them are single mothers and want to do better for their family.
I mean that's part of the journey. You hear that so often too. You hear stories of women who have kind of pulled themselves together and done great things. And maybe they might be a single parent or something along those lines. The mentorship part of it how does that play a role in this?
Mentorship. We work very closely with the Christian Women's Job Corps.
Yeah.
So, that's a great program in our community.
Yeah.
We also partner up with other entities like the Dietert Center, who has a vast number of availabilities to be able to help women. Pregnancy Resource, all those other organizations in our community. We try to collaborate with all of them.
When you look at the landscape of the last month and a half on the flood, how has the Women's Chamber? Oh, here she is. Come on in here. Look at this. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm kind of tired today. I don't have the energy that your son has to run a 5K and stop and talk to people and run some more. So, how do you keep up with that kid? BK Gamble's here, by the way, everybody. So
how do I keep up with?
Yeah, you're on number. Yeah, there you go. Pull that microphone right there closer. Either one is fine. Yeah, there you go.
Well, it's hard.
He's something else, that kid of yours. So, how's Fred doing?
He's doing good.
I was thinking about Fred yesterday. I gotta give that guy a call. Well, because interesting. Just as an aside here, the legislation that's in SB 1. Which was discussed yesterday in Austin. This is different from what we've been talking about here. We've been talking about the Women's Chamber of Commerce, but I want to throw this out here for a minute. The one of the great women leaders in our community was the late great Jane Ragsdale, and she ran Heart of the Hills camp. But the legislation SB 1 would essentially close her legacy business down. It would close pretty much Camp Mystic. It could impact Mo Ranch. It would probably impact Waldemar. It would most likely close Camp Stewart. La Junta would be, now they were like, we're for SB1. But it would close potentially because the floodplains will be probably redrawn after this disaster. And it would close the Vista camps probably as well. So any camp that was within the floodplain would not be able to be reopened or licensed under this new rule. And Senator Perry, who authored it, was very clear, like, we're not going to give you any exemptions. Now, Mystic had gotten lots of exemptions through the years. But, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what happens with this. And the camp industry would have to pivot maybe away from youth camps in order to reopen at some point. So it'll be very interesting to see how this goes. But we're talking about the Women's Chamber. That thing was yesterday, so I was kind of top of mind here. And since Fred works at Mo Ranch, I was just thinking about Fred and that crew out there. Because, you know, the last time I saw Fred was the Monday before the 4th of July.
Yeah.
And that was, we were at Mo Ranch doing the show there. So, yeah.
Well, and they do more than just youth camp.
Right. Yeah. It's a palatial resort.
Yeah.
It's 5 stars.
Yeah.
I thought it was. I thought it was great. BK, we were just talking to Rose here, who was able to get away from one of her many duties in the world. Now, let me Rose. Okay, you're involved with the Kerrville Police Officers Association.
So is she.
So you're AAA members, Academy Alumni Association, which is the Citizens Police Academy. You are in the Women's Chamber. You're in the regular chamber, right?
I'm still an ambassador, yes.
Say you wear a coat.
Yes.
You wear a red coat, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have? So you could wear a red coat. You could actually start track meets too.
We actually have done away with the red coats. Now it's a blue shirt.
It's just tacky. You know, the red coats and the white hat just spoke old men. You know, I get why you get rid of it, but there should be certain traditions that should stay. Let's see, you're in the Volleyball Association. You ref. What else do you ref?
I used to do a tri-sport, but now I've just stick with volleyball and softball.
Volleyball, and softball. That's 5 things we're working on here. Let me see what else. What else do you? Are you in any service clubs? Rotary?
I do. Yes, I am a member of different things, but I'm not on the board.
But you're a member of those things.
Yes. I told you yesterday that anything that has to do with.
Yeah. All right, great.
Anything that has to do with children, I am part of. And I try to be.
Right.
Mainly because they're our legacy, they're our next generation. And if you can leave the world a little bit better place for them,
right.
I want to do that.
BK, what does the Women's Chamber offer women, do you think, in your estimation?
Well, first of all, I think it offers, I know it offers networking.
Right.
That's the first thing.
Right.
We offer services to women. We give scholarships to women that need scholarships, that need to go back to school.
Yeah.
We're just out there. We're just trying to represent ourselves.
Right. Why is it important, do you think? What is your thinking about why it's important?
I think we offer just another perspective on things. One of the things that we do, we have a beautification award that we give out once a month. So we have members of that committee that go out and look around at beautiful homes and businesses, and we nominate them and present them with that award for a month.
Okay. That's great. That's great news as well. I just got a message from Kim Clarkson. I had forgotten to message her about something, and I was like, dang it. Talk about women leaders, in our community. Yeah. Kim Clarkson, I identify as one of the leaders in this as well.
Absolutely.
How far have, for me, I always say, I grew up, my mother was, my parents divorced when I was like 9, and my mother was just like, hell no, I'm not gonna be poor. So she just went back to school, and got a nursing degree. So I always watched that, and she was a very effective, manager. She probably, in those days, I always say this too, that the roles were probably reversed, like when my parents got married, in the 60s, that it was like, oh, the man gets married. You get married, the man does the work. Well, as far as income goes, she was probably better at making money than he was, But we had those roles, and that was kind of it's kind of come around a long ways towards that now too, where women are empowered to do that. How far have women come in the workplace and in the business world?
True. Personally speaking, I raised 3 boys on myself.
Mm-hmm.
So
I worked. How bad that is, right?
Yep. I worked 2 and 3 jobs sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes I couldn't make their sports things or their things that they were doing at school because I was working.
Right.
To try to provide. No, or very little help from their father. So.
Yeah.
And that was okay. I knew what I was into, and so they were my number one.
Do your sons? My brother just had his 53rd birthday yesterday, and I texted my mom yesterday, and I asked her what she got me for his birthday.
Oh, Louis.
Okay.
And she said zip. And I don't know about your boys, but when we get together, when my brothers and I are together with my mom, we do things to purposely annoy her to this date. And she's like 78 years old now. She'll be 78 in December. And she'll just get so mad at us for doing that. It's so great, Like we grabbed the little brother and just hit him in the chest, and she gets so mad about that still. Stop hitting my baby. He's like 48 years old, and we just strike him all the time. Do you have that kind of relationship with your boys? Do they just give you a hard time?
They don't give me a hard time.
Yeah.
It's
out of love.
Yes.
But
raising children on your own and instilling in them the responsibilities of taking care of your brothers or taking care of the household until you get home or what else. I think that's passed on to them, and they all have very great jobs and have provided for their families. I had 3 boys, and they each have 3 children. So.
Oh my gosh! How do you wait a minute? You got 9 grandchildren. How do you?
We have 12.
12 grandchildren. Oh my gosh! How do you? You don't have time for anything.
Yeah, dude. Like 11 o'clock at night till 6 in the morning. I have time for a lot.
You have time for a lot. All right. Okay.
He doesn't sleep.
Doesn't sleep. But do you think your boys saw your hard work and that worked over for them too?
Yes. Yes, I wholeheartedly believe that they saw the perils and the difficulties that I had to go through to do 2 and 3 jobs to get them what they needed, that they wanted to be the best providers they could for their families.
Right. You, BK, what would be your pitch to somebody for joining the Women's Chamber? What would be your say? Hey, come be a part of this group. What would you say to them?
I would say, we do such wonderful things. We meet monthly, first of all, first Wednesday of the month, and we just offer we have a lot of committees, so you can plug in. If you come in and you plug in, then you're going to be active and involved.
Right.
I was just going to say, I'm part of the scholarship committee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's an important one too.
Yeah. So when you were talking about education, I've grown up just feeling like education is really, really important, and so I try to plug into places that provide education or the opportunities.
You live with a man who wears a bow tie on a regular basis.
Yeah.
So he feels very professorial.
Yeah.
To me.
Yeah.
And education is a big part of the Gamble story too, right?
It is. Yeah. His mom raised like 11, 12 kids.
They're all like PhDs.
They're all educated. Yeah.
They're all doctors and lawyers and finance people, right? It's all incredible. But so education is really important. So the scholarship piece of this is what? How do young women get involved with getting a scholarship?
Well, we'll put notification out and say that we have applications involved in different places around town. And so,
like the Kerr County Lead, like you would send we would put one in there for us too, right? Okay,
we should.
Awesome.
Absolutely.
And so,
I'd run it, right?
Yes.
Without charging you or anything like that. Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
So I was part of the last, for the past few years, part of the scholarship committee. But I guess it's just amazing, the women that come to us. They're trying to get a leg up. They're trying to get, they're not looking for just a handout, but they're trying to better themselves. So, they've had circumstances that have prevented them from just, getting their education the regular route. Maybe they're raising kids,
right?
Whatever. So,
what? Yeah, I mean that's so. Is it open to just women of all ages then, or like do you have a specific target?
You have to be. We don't accept high school graduates.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so you have to be out of school.
You have to be out of school.
Yeah.
So this is kind of we're going to help you kind of get back on your feet a little bit and get you going. That's great. Yeah. That's a great one too. Like, what kind of success stories do you see out of those?
Well, I'm trying to remember.
I know personally one young lady who is still a nurse, and we helped her all for 5 years getting her degrees.
Let me say this. Nursing degrees are harder than hell. Mm-hmm. They are hard.
Yeah.
My mother, I always say this before, my mother like locked herself in the bedroom and that's like how we nearly killed my brother a couple times, and then she worked, it was, and then, we had a very feral life, for a long time. My brother grew up on an Indian reservation. I'm kid you not, because that's where the babysitter was at. These are in the days before casinos, and he probably would have worked at the casino if he would have been a little bit old, older. Yeah. Or younger, I should say. But anyway, I mean, it's so intensive and so competitive, and I don't know how you could do it without some little level of support from organizations like yourselves. I mean, that's got to really, they got to be so grateful to get that money or that acknowledgement. Hey, we're going to help you out here. That's a pretty inspiring story.
Well, and also, the money is important, but also just having someone back you, having that encouragement.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so we've seen people come back for like another scholarship or make that application. Right.
And both of you are, Rose mentioned Christian Women's Job Corps. And, that plays a vital role, obviously, in our community, helping women get themselves either back on their feet or in the right direction in some way. We have these great organizations in this town. And this is like what I tell people all the time. I said, look, when it comes to sort of self-reliance and pulling yourself together, this is a great community to do that in, because there's people out here who are not going to judge you.
Right.
How important is that for women? Do a lot of women come to you and say, well, I didn't want to ask, what do you say to them? Would you say, no, it's okay to ask? How do you respond to that?
If you don't ask, you can't get the help.
Exactly.
You've got to get out of that mentality in the shell.
Yeah, right. Exactly. What has been the last month and a half been like for the Women's Chamber of Commerce with the flood and all the mayhem of the flood and stuff? So what has it been like for you guys?
Let me just, I wanted to reiterate one thing. We're the Kerr County Women's Chamber. We don't have commerce.
Oh, so Kerr County Women's Chamber. Okay.
We did used to be in partnership with the Kerr County Chamber a long time ago, and then we parted ways. But
you need a building. We need to get you guys a building. Kerr County Women's Chamber. Was there ever a women's club, I wonder, there was always a women's club in the towns that I grew up in California.
I'm sure there were. I didn't grow up here, so I don't know.
Yeah. I did a piano recital when I was a kid at the women's club of Banning, California. So you guys need we need a chamber.
A women's
chamber. We need a chamber for you guys. So
okay.
That's our next thing.
That way we can do even more.
We can do even more. Right. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
We're gonna come.
Yeah.
Move in with you.
Right. All right. We do it in here, the chamber. Jeremy wouldn't mind, I don't think at all. But tell us, so that's an important distinction, though. So it's not just Chamber of Commerce. I was thinking of Chamber of Commerce, and it's not just Chamber of Commerce. It's just helping women, basically, is the key of this as well.
Women helping women.
But this last month and a half, what has it been like?
It's been a little topsy-turvy, Women carry a lot, and lots of times we don't show that.
Yeah.
And personally, Monday was the first time I took a drive down to Hunt ISD. I had to deliver some funds.
That was your first time was Monday?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What was your thoughts?
I had to look away several times.
Did you?
That my beautiful road I grew up in Lakey, so I would drive that direction a lot. And I knew where every turn was, and it was very hard.
It's very disorienting, isn't it?
Yeah.
I always tell people that, the drive to Hunt, the drive to Mystic, the drive to River Inn, the drive to Lakey is one of the most spectacular drives you can make. And it's so gorgeous, and now it's just fundamentally just been changed. So.
Yeah, getting on a motorcycle and going down that road was one of the highlights. Yeah.
You got on a motorcycle and did that? Interesting.
I had a Harley, yeah.
What? Wait a minute here. I'm going to break that out. What kind of Harley did you have?
We had a Goldwing. We've gotten rid of all of them.
You gotten rid of all of them?
Yes. My husband's mobility has not been the best. So
yeah. Isn't that time to go to a trike then? I
tried to talk him into a trike, but he said it was not the same as a Harley. Yeah.
It's not. It's like driving a car.
Yeah.
And you guys are probably anyway.
Mine was a Sportster, so
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have leather chaps and everything? Or,
oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Pink.
Oh my God. That is the best story of the day. Can you beat that? Did you ride a motorcycle, BK?
No, but maybe I need a trike.
Yeah, a trike. Trike would be.
I'll tell Fred for my birthday.
Let's get a trike. Yeah. But that was tough though to see, huh?
Very tough. I had to, like I said, I had to look away several times. It was overwhelming. Felt like it was in a movie.
Yeah.
It wasn't real.
It's surreal.
It is surreal. Yeah. Have you been out to West Kerr?
Yeah, I went a few weeks ago with Fred because he had the little ribbon he can go through.
Yeah.
I said, looking side to side, and it just wrenched my heart.
Yeah. I snuck on to Mo July 19th.
You snuck?
Yeah, I just drove in. I like sneaking on to Mo.
Yeah.
There was damage, but it wasn't like it was in the rest. I feel like the storm, on the north side of was Mo Ranch is where it started,
Yeah.
Because it's very because we drove in the backside through Mountain Home, and it's just hard to see. Yeah. All right, we got to go here. But what's the best part about the women's chamber for you, Rose? Go.
The Women's Chamber is a social gathering of women to help women succeed in our community and to be the better person that you want to be, and with opportunities that can help you do that.
And the great and powerful BK Gamble, what do you think?
Well, I was just going to say ribbon cutting. So for women that are entrepreneurs that are members of our chamber, or not our chamber, of our organization, we can do ribbon cutting. So we will.
All right.
So that's something we offer.
That's excellent. Would you cut a ribbon for this facility? They keep bugging me about it.
Yes.
So
join the Women's Chamber.
All right.
It's not limited to women.
What does it cost? What is it?
$35.
It's I could do that's not bad. $70. I could join the AAA.
Both of them.
And your organization. That's great.
Yes.
All right. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you.
Anytime. You guys know that you're welcome anytime. Rose, you're welcome anytime. You have Stormont privileges.
You were saying about volleyball a while ago. I just wanted to say we do need officials straight across the country on every sport.
We do.
I've been doing this for 48 years, and it's like you see the changes. And you were watching Little League. I've done 2 World Series, so it is phenomenal.
You've done 2 World Series too?
Yes.
Holy smokes!
It's phenomenal.
Who's writing your biography? Can I write your biography?
Sure. What an official can do to help a child.
Absolutely.
As they progress.
It's such an important job, and people treat. We need to do better on this, and I think that's something that's important. And I got to tell you, when I see 4 volleyball officials show up for a volleyball match to call lines, I'm heartened by it, because it means they're serious. Because you usually have a kid in there who's like, "What am I looking at?" So I love it. All right, good job, both of you. Thank you very much. We'll be right back. The folks from the Folk Festival Foundation are here. We're going to talk to them here in a second. We'll be right back with more here on the Lead Live. Come on down, everybody. All right, two of my favorite people are here. Everyone's my favorite person, basically. That's the beauty of this thing. I try to be, but you guys are great.
Are there headphones?
Yeah, there's headphones. Yeah.
But we don't have to have headphones.
You don't have to have headphones, but Sarah Tasty's here. Sarah, just come on right now. Storm on the show. We're gonna do a little double team here, but it's gonna work out. Here's the deal. I had a guy here yesterday, and he was looking at all the art in the studio here. Okay. Sit right here. Okay. Sit right there. He was looking at all the art in the studio, and I said, I'm not even really into music. And he's like, what? You're not into music and you got all this art in here? I said, yeah. Look, when you come to Kerrville, it's a target-rich environment for great music. And I was taking him around and I was showing him all the people. I go, I don't even have McMurtry on the wall yet, and Betty Sue. And Rachel, sit right there. And you're not allowed to speak yet you're not allowed to speak yet, because this is you guys are coming.
Yeah.
We're gonna work you on here. So I was like, I felt pretty honored that we had we have Ray Wiley Hubbard on the wall. That was at the folk festival. Of course, Drew Holcomb and the Neighbors was my favorite show so far until Next of Kin showed up.
Oh man, they were amazing.
And absolutely crushed it. I think, I gotta say this right now. It's probably, I think Shiny Ribs was my aha moment about music in Kerrville. Because I walked in and they were playing the Rihanna song. I've said that before. Bitch better have my money. And I was like, wait a minute, what's going on here? And so subsequently I've been able to photograph all of these people at the folk festival, or Arcadia Live, or Trailhead, or Pint and Plow, or the Callow Theater, and it's just been delightful. And the folk festival is here. And what's interesting about the folk festival this year was the shows were great. I never know who the hell is playing, but you go and you get surprised. And every year I've had surprises. Nesting Dolls was a surprise. Ray Prim was a surprise. I could hear Ray Prim on the other parking lot a couple years ago. And I'm like, who the hell is that? The Peterson brother guys who just jammed for an hour and 10 minutes and he had to throw them off the stage, although they would have kept, they'd still be playing today. But through all of this, there has been a significant pivot for the Folk Festival's foundation and for the organization, and it's been flood relief.
Yeah.
And that isn't the only part of this. So tell us what's going on.
Well,
Deb Rouse is here, by the way. It's Deb Rouse. And then Shannon Holt here.
Yep.
They're delightful, both of them. Tell us what's going on.
Well, there's been a lot going on. Right after everything hit, July 5th, I was sitting in my office, and it was just becoming so apparent that this was a very, very dire situation. And my phone was ringing off the hook. People were calling me from all over the U.S., festival goers, fans, and musicians, all, saying, what can we do? How can we help? So we put a donate button on our website with everything going to flood relief. A few days later, we did another pivot. We partnered with the Luck Foundation, which is the organization that hosts Willie Nelson's event every year, and the Texas Hospitality Coalition. And we started preparing and delivering hot meals out of our staff kitchen to impacted individuals around the area, search and rescue crews, shelters, volunteer fire departments, and we did that for a while. We still have our ranch open for displaced individuals as there are being RVs donated. We are allowing those people who have been displaced who have gotten RVs to come out and hook up for free on the ranch.
Nice.
So we've been doing a lot. We've also been participating in some out-of-town benefits. A week ago, we were at the Paramount with Michael Martin Murphy and Lyle Lovett.
I love it's played on all of them.
Oh, I love it's played all of them.
Of these benefit concerts.
And then just Monday of this week, we were in San Antonio at the Tobin Center with a whole slate of performers there raising money for flood relief.
Right.
There have also been a ton of little fundraisers. There was one in San Antonio.
I was just thinking about this last night. Like, I'm trying to build a list of all of them. And
there's one on our website.
Is there one on your website?
Yeah.
All right, good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we've also had little fundraisers that are grassroots organized. You know, we've had, some musicians in Arkansas, like say, okay, we're doing a little like songwriter in the round thing to raise money to send to the Kerrville Folk Festival. Rebecca Loby, local girl, did an online concert fundraiser for it with all the money going to us. So we're now looking at spending those donations in the community in a thoughtful and responsible manner. We did cancel our fall festival out of respect for the community, but we are partnering with the Arcadia to do Rise and Rebuild, which is hosting a number of free concerts at the Arcadia specifically for locals. And we're only announcing who's going to be performing a week out because we do want it to be locals. So check that out next Monday.
I'm not saying anything.
I know you're not. Next Monday, we're having James McMurtry and Betty Sue. That'll be a great show. Tickets are free. It's first come, first serve. So definitely take advantage of that and keep an eye out for more shows to be announced.
There's a few more that are coming. The big one, of course, is next. Well, that's on Monday, and then on the 28th is the big REK one in New Braunfels, which is coming up.
Sold out in like minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
It was like a weird
sellout.
Garth Brooks scammy kind of thing, I think, that happened there with Ticketmaster. I saw a thing where Ticketmaster discovered there were all these guys that were creating fake accounts and stealing stuff. That's been a real problem in the industry for a long time. But
sure.
Yeah, but it's going to be a big concert no matter what. People will show up for that one. And yesterday we had some news. Amy Grant will be playing at the Callow Theater on September 1st. Did you guys know that? That's the H.E. Butt Foundation, I guess, is paying for that one. And she'll be playing at the Callow on the 1st. So that's kind of a big deal. I'm sure we'd have more that'll possibly come here in the either to Arcadia. Have you attempted to do something at the ranch?
We have some logistical issues a little bit around that. We don't have anything planned right now. We may do some small events, but right now we don't have anything really slated. We're figuring out what the community needs and what we want to do. And truthfully, we are really looking forward to May of 2026.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be a really great festival with a lot of people showing up in part to support this relief.
Right. Yeah, that's the big question too, because the music of this community, as we mentioned, a lot of these artists here. Lyle Lovett was here. He's played several. I mean, his connection to Kerrville is profound because of the folk festival. You know,
he first played at the Kerrville Folk Festival in 1982. As a new folk finalist.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And, of course, your connections with that community are so... I mean, it's interesting, like, when you go to the folk festival, how many people just talk reverently about Kerrville. And so it had to resonate with so many people.
So many people. Yeah. Like I said, my phone rang off the hook. We actually, at one point in time, put up an Amazon list of things that people in the area needed. And the Kerrville Post Office called us and said, y'all need to send a truck.
Yeah, can you come get
There's too much for us to deliver, and people were sending us everything from sunscreen to work gloves to dehumidifiers and chainsaws, from all over the country. And for the first time ever, I had to figure out how to let someone do foreign currency donations to us on PayPal, which was its own little experiment. So
yeah, this is a great list, by the way, Shannon, of all the bands. We had the Band Together one at the Moody Center. That
one's huge. I think that raised like $8.6 million.
Yeah, that was Miranda Lambert, Kelly Clarkson, Ronnie Dunn, Lyle Lovett, Randy Rogers was there. Lucas Nelson. We need to get Lucas Nelson out here.
We try every year.
Drag him
We try every year, but that would be great. We would love that.
And then we had the Tobin Center. I wasn't sure I was looking at, like, why is Fluffy on the stage there? But that was for that one.
Yeah, it was a combination of comics and different kinds of acts. David Rodriguez played, Los Lonely Boys played.
Reckless Kelly.
And it was televised on KSAT 12.
That's right. Okay.
Yeah.
Lee Bagwell was there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And I'll tell you a very funny story. Their radio station in San Antonio inadvertently introduced us as the Kerrville Folk Festival.
Yeah, the guy had a little misspeak. Kerrville Folk Festival.
They've issued an apology and have talked about they can't believe they blew their careers up on TV.
Yeah, stay tuned for details on our camping food culinary festival.
Yes.
Unbelievable.
The saddest thing for them probably is that we're a community of wordsmiths and songwriters, so we're going to get a lot of mileage out of the Folk Fest.
We'll be running with that gag.
This is a great list. I'm really happy with this list. The August 30th, there's one here, Heart for the Hudsons Flood Relief Benefit Concert and Silent Auction. That is going to be over at Cafe at the Ridge, Lone Star 118, Kellyanne Steltler, Larry Lacombe, Rich O'Toole are a couple of there.
And then if anybody has a benefit concert to submit, they can email me at media@kerrvillefolkfestival.org.
Deep in the Heart. This is also the Moody Theater.
Oh, that one's at the ACL Live at the Moody. So there's
ACL
three
Live.
Moody's
Okay. Right.
Moody live music venues in Austin. That one's the one that's in the W at the ACL Live.
And then we have the Sam's.
That one passed.
That one passed.
So I move them to the bottom.
Okay, good. How many of these are on like YouTube and stuff? Are any of them on socials anywhere?
I think you can watch the one from Together for Texas online. I believe,
I did see
televised
that. Right.
But, I'm not sure about any of the others.
The Deep in the Heart one has the Josh Abbott Band, Carly Pierce. So Wade Bowen's there. These a lot of these people I know have played in Kerrville previously. Mm-hmm. So this is going to be interesting to say. So I mean, what's interesting about this storm is that the folk festival always gets hit with rain at some point.
Yes, the most unusual thing for us about that event was that it did not happen during a festival.
Did not happen during a festival. But you know, the little storm you had, was that the first weekend?
It was first night.
Night one, rained out the Wilder Blue.
Yeah, that's right. So painful. We need to get those guys back.
Well,
they will. Yeah. If someone does get rained out, I try to have them back. That's why Hayes Carl was back. Yeah. That's why Tim Easton was back. They both got rained out in 2024.
Yeah. So I was really looking forward. I think Wilder Blue was until Next to Kin blew it up. But Wilder Blue was
we were all very excited for that show. We were all really pumped.
Well, because one thing the Wilder Blue is that I've noticed with them is that they do different shows. You know, like you never can predict what they're going to do.
Yeah.
So I've seen them twice now, but and dude was sitting out there just watching the shows before. I mean, he was just invested in the whole thing, and I interviewed him for a minute. But that storm on the first night was pretty intense. It tore up the campground, right?
It tore up the campground. We had a lot of ruined canopies, a lot of ruined tents. And as I was driving around the camp in my golf cart the next day, I was looking and people were not packing up. People were not throwing their stuff in the trunk and going home. They were going into town to Gibson's and Walmart and buying new tents and new canopies. Yeah. And then 2 days later, and 2 days later we had another bad storm and we went through the exact same thing and our people went and bought yet another set of tents and canopies. So we are keeping the camping retailers in business with the Folk Fest.
That is true. That's been true for a long time.
Yeah. And we had a canopy, and granted, it was a little bit of an old canopy that it looks like someone's fired shotguns through it because there are perfectly round holes all the way through.
From hail.
Oh, wow.
From hail.
Yeah, ugh,
Yeah, we had like pretty good sized golf ball size hail.
Yeah, that storm was pretty wild.
Here's the Hill Country Flood Relief one too on August. That's this Sunday.
Yeah, that's at Pootie's Roadhouse.
Where in the hell? What is
So that's in Spicewood. It's kind of out by where Willie Nelson's Luck Ranch is, where the Luck reunion happens every year.
this lineup is a pretty good one too. It's Kevin Russell, aka also Shiny Ribs. Guy Forsythe, he's been here a couple times.
Yep.
Infuriated some fans at Arcadia, by the way, which I still can't forgive those people for that because they were mad that he was playing old timey music. We came to see rock and roll.
What?
Yeah,
Real silly.
I know. It was that show right there where he's wearing a tuxedo.
Funny.
It was so fabulous.
He's great.
Yeah.
And he did a version of that show at the Folk Festival or the fall one.
And
Welcome home.
I don't know if you remember the artwork from the 50th with the guys like playing on top of the school bus.
Yeah.
But so that was inspired by a moment with Guy Forsythe in our campground when he climbed up on top of the school bus and played on top of the school bus.
Great. Brandon Allen, Van Wilkes, Josh Smith, West Texas Exiles, and more local favorites. I want to do seriously. I would love to do a little jam session here of my people that I like. My Conrad Wirt guy. That Conrad Wirt guy would be great. Rebecca Lowy would be great. Lacombe. I'll drag Lacombe down. Make Clifton Pfeiffer play some harmonica. Landon Lloyd Miller will drag him out of the winery. So I mean, there's some local folks here too that I'd love to see as well. Who can we drag out of retirement too? There's some other folks that we can make them do things. There's always little surprises here. What I mean, your response to this thing? I had people. We've had to remind people, like we wrote about you guys in the food thing.
Yeah.
Some people kept saying, "You haven't written about the folk." I'm like, no, we have. But the response has been incredible, though. You guys have done an incredible job. Tell us about what it was like to stand up that food relief.
Well, we've been part of this community for 53 years.
Yeah.
And I mean, we all who live out at the ranch call this home year round. We know people in town. We know people that were directly impacted by the flood. And, it really is a feeling of, well, I'm not going to be of use to anyone mucking out a house. But if there's an opportunity to help in other ways, it's the right thing to do to step up and do that.
Exactly.
And it actually felt good just to be able to do something. I think that's the most frustrating thing is if you're sitting completely on the sidelines and your every instinct is to do something to help, but you don't really know what that is.
Yeah.
What I pretty much say about myself on that was I just said yes to pretty much everything people asked for.
That's amazing. There's a delightful or a fascinating story. William Beckman was supposed to play supposed to be the headliner at the Fourth on the River. Not Robert Elkeem, but Beckman. And I think Beckman's wonderfully talented. And his story was that they were basically parked over at the mall in their camper or their bus, and he was knocked out and came over to Arcadia and was kind of like, what can I do? You know, I mean, and there was that sense of helplessness. You know, here's an artist who's like, I'm here to play music, but I need to do something. And, and I bet you a lot of folks felt that way.
So many folks. And there were volunteers pouring into the area, more volunteers than they could coordinate with regard to search and rescue. Away. We had to turn people away saying, don't come unless we've scheduled you, because then people are just tripping over each other. And I will say this, Arcadia stepped up in a huge way too. They served on July 4th and 5th as a reunification center for Waldemar and a few other things, so they pivoted as well. I think there are a lot of organizations in town that as it unfolded, all felt that urge to do something. And for me, the food thing was a natural fit because my instinct in almost any crisis is food. Yeah,
absolutely. Everyone's instinct is that. How can we do for that as well? And there's the food effort alone was incredible.
It was.
So, I love this table here. I got some of my favorite people here. Sarah Tacey's here. She's not putting up with any of my BS here. I am a firm believer in two things in life move me: football, sports, and the arts. And that some people they can't. I see you, McIlvain. I see you. They don't. People don't always see that as like the same. But I could go watch football and then go to a live performance at the Folk Festival. In fact, I think I did do that a couple times during the Welcome Home Fest because it's football season. Or I might be looking on my phone while listening to music. I'm just one of those people. And
it is all live performance.
It is a live performance. I love it. And this is a little arts coalition here. You guys, Sarah Tacey's here with the great and powerful Rachel Lovelace. You guys took a hit.
Huge hit.
Yeah.
What is the financial burden at this point? Any ideas? What's the estimate?
There's a few numbers.
Yeah.
So just to put Humpty Dumpty back together again is about $2 million. To furnish it.
$2 million.
Yeah, and that's without a desk being replaced or anything. So that's just
not a place where Mia can sit or stand or do her work.
Right.
Okay,
we need to build Mio some walls.
Yeah.
And maybe some other people.
Yeah.
That's $2 million just to make it have walls. And that's the outdoor theater, the admin building with the indoor theater, and the ceramics building. But that's without buying another kiln.
Or 3 kilns, as it were.
Yeah, right.
Which the amount that my ceramics artists create, 3 kilns was not
the bare
enough.
minimum.
Yeah, it was just barely enough. So
right.
Yeah, we lost over $37,000 in just ceramics furniture, as they call it.
Yeah.
Appliances, kilns, wheels, slab rollers, things like that. So
and I got to say this too. It pained me, and I knew that you lost this stuff too. But I went out the morning of the night before Arcadia's 4th on the River. And they had all the audio equipment set up, all that beautiful cabling, all gone, all down the river.
Yep. There's a really nice collection of sound equipment between them and us,
and
somewhere in the river.
Right, somewhere in the river. There's a soundboard and microphones, and imagine all the junk that's just in the river.
Yeah, I was like, you don't want it back.
Yeah.
No, the river can keep it.
Yeah, the river can keep it.
It belongs to the river now, as Tristan says.
Yeah. Is there insurance? Is there donations? Is there more events coming? The Thursday tonight, right, is the deal, right?
Yeah, so we have
Shipwrecked.
Yes, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So tonight, tomorrow night, and Saturday. Right? Today is Thursday?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it is.
I know what night the show is on. I don't know what tonight is. So next 3 days we have Shipwrecked in Stonehenge too. So we're just getting creative with, we're creative people. We just come up with things. And actually, I'm kind of embarrassed that we didn't decide to do this show in Stonehenge 2 to begin with, because it's perfect.
It's so cute.
It's perfect for that.
It looks amazing.
Yeah.
I'm going to come out tonight and take some photos.
Yeah, it's really cute.
Okay.
So we're just going to keep going. We're changing our schedule up a little bit, but we're going to keep going because.
In your estimation, I want to go. This is a roundtable discussion.
Yes.
Everyone's going to answer this question here. All of you are going to answer this question.
Uh-oh.
How important is the arts to this community in your estimation?
We think.
Go.
We think it's vital, and in particular for us, we bring a tremendous amount of money into the community. We're 18 days long. Technically, we're 25 by the time you add in Landrush. And most of our people come from outside the Kerr County area.
Right.
They come from all over the world.
Yeah.
We know a lot about that because we track zip codes for our TCA grants. And those people come in. We, in conjunction with the Convention and Visitors Bureau, we did an economic impact survey during our festival this year, and people spend a tremendous amount of money in the community, going to restaurants, staying in hotels, going to Gibson's, going to Walmart, going to HEB.
That little mini mart thing.
Yeah.
That's buying
I
ice.
think we keep that mini mart out there.
Yeah, exactly.
Or we have for years. Maybe there's more people moved out there in that area now, but
so from that perspective, we bring a lot in. We also offer the community, we opening night of the festival is free to locals.
Yeah.
We give away a ton of those tickets.
And you just see a ton of people that are there. I always run into people who I know.
Yeah. And so I think it's a super cultural touchstone. We were probably instrumental in getting Kerrville designated as a music-friendly city.
Yeah.
of course.
So from that perspective, what we offer, we are singer-songwriter, original music focused, and there are many, many people in this country or around the world that if you say, yeah, I'm from Kerrville, they're like, where the folk festival is?
That's exactly what happened.
We put Kerrville on the map.
When I graduated from Colorado State, and I told some friends that I was moving to Kerrville, and they said that's where the folk festival is.
Yeah.
And that was 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a great story.
It happens to people all the time. They're like, I was in Spain, and someone asked me where I was from, and I said Kerrville, and they said where the folk festival is.
Right.
What's your take on this, Shannon?
Well, I mean, that's what I was going to say.
Is that a little baton, by the way, that I got?
That's what I was going to say. Is that you have to consider that the folk festival, the singer-songwriter festival, put Kerrville on the map. I mean, I wouldn't live in this town if it wasn't for the folk festival. Deb wouldn't live in this town if it wasn't for the music festival.
Yeah.
I've missed one Kerrville folk festival since I was 5 years old.
Wow.
It's part of
who we are.
Yeah.
Part of who we are. Rachel, go.
Well, just in kind of a more broad meaning of that question, I already, of course, fundamentally believed that art was incredibly important, but it wasn't until after all of this happened that I saw how important it was and how inclined people are to create art, even if they aren't artists or they've never really thought of themselves as artists. Until after this happened, I mean, within the first weeks, they were getting groups of kids together at Mamacita's that were drawing little notes and cards for the first responders. Wow. It's an automatic thing, and I've seen it. Just these last few weeks, we've been doing this renegade theater and art shows, and people are coming and they are appreciating it. And I can tell it means something to them. It's a way to connect. It's a way to communicate. And even people that might not consider themselves artists, we were with hundreds of golfers the other day, and each one of them that I spoke with that you wouldn't normally stereotypically think are art people, they all have been touched or moved by art in some way, and they all had their own stories about the Hill Country Arts Foundation. And so I'm seeing more and more that it is the glue that holds the community together.
Right. Sarah Tacey, your turn.
Well, Rachel took the words right out of my mouth. I think, anytime there's a crisis, you see art. You think back to the AIDS quilt, during COVID when people couldn't gather at our places, they were watching Hamilton on TV. They, all of these things, it's all art. And, we did our, as she said, our renegade, I call it guerrilla theater, where, we did Margaritaville, one performance in the parking lot, and 400 people showed up.
Yeah.
400 people who were
and Deb's
thrilled.
husband was in that show.
Yes,
Yeah, Lindsay was great.
Yeah. Oh, he's so great. We love him. And 400 people showed up, and they had to bring their own chairs, and they had to use the one bathroom that we have that still works, and they were standing up and dancing, especially Deb. And you see anytime there's a crisis, people need art to feel better. I mean, you look at all the people painting rocks, and it's it's what speaks to the heart, and it's what speaks to and relieves heartache.
All right. Deb, tell us real quick, and I'll throw you guys out of here because McElveen's lurking. The foundation, though, there's the Folk Festival and there's the Kerrville Folk Festival Foundation. What does the foundation do? It owns the festival, I guess, right?
It does own the festival.
So if I want to join the foundation, like how do I become a member of the foundation?
You go to our website,
Okay.
Kerrville Folk Festival, all spelled out, .org. It's very important. We are a 501c3, so we have that .org and go to the donate,
Our
the
foundation?
membership.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And you can sign up there. Our entry-level membership is $100 for the first year, $75 when you renew. That money goes into helping us put on quality programming in the community. It helps us maintain the ranch so that we can host the festival there. And it lets us use money in the community for the arts.
Important, and it's $100. I've already done 3 things today. I've done.
And you get a T-shirt.
Women's Chamber, the Kerrville Citizen Police Academy Alumni Association, and I'll do the Folk Festival too. I'm gonna get that done because I like walking onto that place and just I like just sit there. I got my spots now.
Yeah.
I kind of sit behind you guys. You and Lindsay, I sit behind you guys for a lot of times, but I will move around.
Yeah,
So,
I do too.
I like to move around a little bit too. This was the first time though. This year, I got to say, it was the first year I went backstage. And I got some really cool photos from behind. I don't need to go backstage. I'm not somebody that needs to go back there and see that, but it was interesting, and I had to tease our lovely, esteemed Schreiner University, retired Schreiner University professor, who was bending Kathleen Hudson, bending the ear of McMurtry. And I said,
Oh yeah.
"Sir, is this lady bothering you?"
Thank you, Lewis.
Yeah,
I'm gonna put a red shirt on you.
I know. And she was. They were having a delightful conversation. Hey, just one more question. Sorry. When this came up, how fast did McMurtry and Betty Sue say yes to this little confab?
Very, very quickly. The biggest issue was finding a date.
Yeah.
Because they were going to be out on tour in September.
Yeah, they're leaving soon.
But very, very quickly, I reached out to a number of agents that I deal with on a regular basis, and they were the very first ones who got back to me very, very quickly and said, "Yeah, they're in."
All right. Good deal.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll see
Thank you
everybody
for
on
being
Monday
here.
at the Arcadia.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see you there. All right. You stay. You guys can go.
Okay.
Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Lewis.
Thank you, as
You're
always.
welcome. You guys are always welcome.
Yeah.
You're always. You guys have
Did
storm
you
on
come
privilege.
out for a defect this year?
I did not come out to the main thing this year.
Okay.
So I missed out though.
Yeah.
I
you
know.
should come to that. It's
I
our
can't.
flagship.
I went last year.
Yeah.
And I thought that last year was incredible.
What's
Yeah.
the date at the thing here at Pint and Plow with our new folk on the road tour? It's November.
I don't know off the top of my head.
Early
It's on. We
November.
look on. You have the website right in front of you. Look under new folk, and there's the new folk on the road tour. Under other events.
There it is.
There we go. And you scroll down. So there's one at
Dripping Springs, November 8th. New Braunfels, November 9th. Wimberley, November 10th. The Monkey Duck on the 11th. What a tour.
Yeah.
Austin on the 13th. And then the Plow here on the November 14th.
14th. That's and that's a Friday.
Okay, we'll be there for that.
Friday, November 14th. We'll come talk about
Okay,
that
absolutely.
before that. Okay,
Yeah.
great.
All right.
All right. Thank you.
McElvain. Come on down, McElvain. All right, let's talk more about what's going on with your deal. And
I can't hear.
what's going on with your Come on. Yeah. You can't hear anything?
I can't hear anything. There we go. Then the one's hanging there or there, and there's one on the desk there.
Here, Charlie.
Oh, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Well, maybe we can just.
Well, you have one right there.
Oh, okay. My bad.
I was trying to rearrange.
Sarah's a great director.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Charlie McElvain.
Rachel Lovely.
Things get pulled out of here every once in a while. Can you hear me?
I can.
Now you can hear me. Okay, perfect. McIlvain's here, and then Rose Bradshaw came again. You said you weren't involved in any more events, Rose.
Well, she looked at the list.
Yeah. Where's Eichner at?
He is going down to visit a grandson for a graduation ceremony.
Oh, really? Interesting. Okay. Well, hold on. You're not allowed to talk yet. We got to. We're
Oh, well,
you're giving some of your time to the Hill Country Arts Foundation. So we talked about this before. Insurance, fundraising. What are we going to need? How confident are you? You think you're going to be able to get everything to get back better than ever?
We are 100% confident.
Is that right?
Yeah. Because what's the alternative?
What is the alternative?
I have to go get a different job.
Yeah. Right.
We're not doing that.
What has been the outpouring? What has been the outreach? What has been
We've had so many people reaching out from all over the world.
It's amazing.
Yeah. Donations. It's there was just a fundraiser thrown for us on Sunday. The golf tournament, Guitars and Grains golf tournament and concert, and that was wonderful. We just need a lot more of that.
And that one was put together in a hurry. There was a bunch of your kind of board members and supporters. That sold, the golf part sold out pretty much. They didn't have to even advertise for that.
Right. That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then the concert was great. But what was the win for you out of that event?
We don't have all of the numbers yet. It's over $100,000.
I think we need to do that. I think we need to do some crazy art things too. I don't know what we're going to do, but you got some ideas, Rachel? What do you got?
I have tons of ideas, and it's just a process of making them come to fruition because my crazy ideas need patterns and dates and everything like that. But I'm thinking of all kinds of things, and Sarah's always thinking of all kinds of things.
I have a lot of weird ideas.
Yeah.
And Rachel goes, okay.
Weirder than my ideas. I mean, I throw weird ideas at you all the time, and you always say, "Shut up."
I never tell you to shut up.
Okay, all right.
Well, I rarely tell you to shut up.
Okay.
Sarah makes me
sometimes tell you to shut up.
Sarah makes me feed very spicy chicken to people while they read Shakespeare.
That was a great.
We're doing it again.
That was
doing 2 weekends of it.
That was a great one too. That one, and I know people who were like, "Oh, that hurt," but they did it anyway.
Yeah, and they're coming back.
They're coming back.
Yeah, almost all of the performers from last year are coming back this year. Plus,
how hot was it? How hot was the stuff?
It was really hot. It was very spicy, and they hadn't tasted it. So I was the only one who had tasted it ahead of time.
Yeah.
Because the performers, we just rehearsed it.
Ghost pepper hot type stuff, or some kind of other.
Yeah, it was ghost peppers and habaneros, and
my God.
your nose is just running just thinking of that, right?
Yeah.
So we rehearsed it as regular.
The gastrointestinal crisis is going to be real.
I know. Yeah. Jeneth had to. She was just drinking with a straw the Pepto-Bismol. She just had it. Which was funny and also very needed.
It's amazing to me though, people who have that ability. I bet McIlvain has the ability to eat spicy food without any problem. We got a mustache.
Can you do Shakespeare while doing it?
Yeah. No. Charlie's like, no, I'm not doing that. That's one of your ideas. One of your things. It was a great idea.
Thank
People
you.
love that. I asked Anthony T yesterday. I said, someone gives $1 million to help you to perform again. Would you do it? And would you do a musical? And I'm like, he's like, oh yeah, absolutely. So we got to get somebody to get a donor so we can do a big musical. A donor that can give money for the musical and for the Hill Country. We need to do that. We need to have another musical out there again because you guys have such a great job. It's always the musical parts of the Arts Foundation. I'm going to hold up again to Newsies. Well, there's pictures. I don't have the pictures up today, but the Newsies pictures are so amazing. Not because I took them, but because of the costuming and the choreography and the music. And it always amazes me that we have these shockingly talented people.
Yes. Mostly children in that one.
But even the adults. I look at Jeneth Peterson's performance in Matilda. as good as anything you'd see on TV.
Right. Better in some ways.
Better in some ways. Mm-hmm. And that's even saying it against Emma Thompson.
Yeah, but she's all right.
Yeah, she's all right.
I think she's going places.
Yeah. But I mean, that's the kind of level of quality that happens at these arts foundations.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, we've got enough of them, but you know, if you were to diversify anything, what would you do differently maybe down the road here, Sarah?
We try to stay pretty diverse and do a good combination of
that's the beauty of your organization, right?
Yeah, of musical and not musical. You know, because there's lots of people who don't sing,
right?
And but still like to perform. So
and you hope to continue that, obviously. The biggest fix, though, is going to be the main building, right? That's the biggest fix.
The outdoor theater is our first priority.
Okay.
Because we've got a temporary fix for ceramics. They're just in a smaller space.
Okay.
And we're officing right now. Poor Rachel has given up her office to me. And we're piled about 3 deep in the gallery.
It's
in the
very
offices.
cozy, actually.
It's very cozy.
We all get along, so it works.
Yeah, that helps. And so top priority is outdoor theater because we can do everything out there. So that's the first thing we're going to fix.
Right. Do you think there'll be any challenges with rebuilding because of the floodplain stuff, or what is your anticipation there?
So the outdoor theater is built to it was built to be, flooded.
Flooded, right.
Yeah. And so people look at it and it looks absolutely devastated.
Right.
And it is, but it did exactly what it was designed to do,
right.
Which is those walls were meant to blow out, and we would replace those walls with similar materials. So it doesn't take the whole building down the river with it. And if you look at the actual structure, it's still perfect.
It's sound,
the concrete is perfect. All of the steel.
Just so electrical needs to be redone.
Yeah, electrical. All it is, other than that, is wood and work.
Yeah.
Which is equals money.
But the building is in pretty bad shape.
The indoor building is in pretty bad shape.
Yeah.
But again, the structure is fine. It just needs walls and work again.
Okay, if people want to help, again, how do they help you?
So we have a donate button on our website, hcaf.com, and we are a 501c3 charity, so everything that you donate is tax deductible and very appreciated.
Right.
And so I would say keep an eye out because we're not closed. We're still doing. We have a wonderful show in the art gallery right now. We have classes going on.
What's in the art gallery right now? What's the show?
We have the Johnson Creek printmakers. So they're various styles of prints. We also have the Kerr County Clickers, which is our photography group.
Nice.
And they have a beautiful exhibit of photography. And then in our Creekside Gallery, we have David McCormick, who is a rock star artist. And he has Pathways back there. It's a collection of his abstracts throughout the years. So
nice.
it's a wonderful show. And we also have our juried show will be our show coming up next. And that one opens on September the 12th with a reception from 5 to 7.
Okay.
So open to the public, free drinks and food, and lots of art.
And we're still teaching ceramics classes.
Oh, yeah.
So
great.
it's just going to be in a different spot.
Yeah.
And we're still doing shows. So I would just say, everybody remember us. And remember that we won't close. We're still going.
If donating isn't your thing and you would rather purchase something, buying art also helps us out.
Buying art helps.
Come to a show. Come usher at a show. Yeah. You don't have to buy anything.
Part of a fundraiser that I'm going to develop for you guys is Charlie McElvain drives you around the hill country in a Porsche.
Oh, I love that.
I'm in.
Yeah.
That's it?
That's it.
I mean, that's a lot.
I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Okay.
Or a big truck.
Yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
Yeah.
Lewis did the truck run.
I did the truck run.
Right on.
Which is the same as being driven around in a Porsche with the same rate of speed. Don't leave yet.
Okay.
I'm conducting this show this way. They're on their phones. I don't even. Christmas is coming.
Yes.
Yes.
Charlie McElvain, this Christmas tree, we got to get this done. How close are we?
Well, we took a leap of faith and went ahead and ordered the new tree.
Yeah.
Great.
All right.
So we're confident that we're going to raise the funds to pay for it now that we've done that.
Yeah. That's good.
That was a $125,000 investment.
Yeah.
Again, we will continue to have the tallest tree in the hill country.
Yeah.
And that old tree, it had been
It's
used
gone.
for 13 years.
Yeah.
We were able to sell it to another organization that could use it. And, of course, we had a lot of electrical issues and what have you. The new tree has been tested by Mike Whitler, and it's very confident we're not going to have any problems with people getting shocked.
Is he going to put it together for you, Whitler?
K-Pub will be working with
No,
us.
not K-Pub. Whitler needs to put it together for you.
Well, I'm sure if we'd like to have him out there, Mike being the good guy he is,
Right.
will be there.
This is, I think, I said it before during this, is like, hey, folks, listen, I know we're mired in this flood stuff. It's horrible. We need to recover. But the part of this recovery is that we need to have an appropriate celebration of Christmas. And I look forward to it every year. I look forward to the parade. We're going to live stream the parade. Leslie Jones and Libby Horton will be our analysts of the parade. And this lighting of this Christmas tree thing is just one of the great events, and people love it.
Well, it is, and of course, people come in from all over the hill country and other places too.
Yeah.
To participate.
We have to defeat.
Great way to kick
We
off
have
the
to
holiday
defeat
season.
those other people.
Well,
That's the spirit of Christmas we're looking for.
Yeah, we have to defeat Burnett and Johnson City and Marble Falls and the F word. We can't allow them to thrive. So what kind of, if we want to donate, what do we need to do with that? What does the donation look like?
Rose
is still here. She's been here for hours. She said she's only involved in 2 things. This is the 4th thing she's been involved with today. What is going on, Rose, with this?
Okay, on our website for the Kerrville Christmas Lighting Corporation, we have a QR code that you can donate straight to there. We are going to be putting up a metal Christmas tree in the spot where it's supposed to be for Christmas, and it will have a QR code as well. It kind of looks like a little Christmas tree with
the thing.
Thermometer.
Right.
With the thermometer on it.
You know what? Look, I got to tell you right now, the Commissioner's Court, they need help in a lot of ways. You need to take this to them and explain. They were very confused by this previously. Did you know that? Did you see that?
I was aware that they took the sign down. We had another sign up.
They were confused by it. They didn't know why you needed to have a Christmas tree sign up. But we need that Christmas tree sign up. I would say this is one of the more, to me, as far as like morale boosters, this is an important one. They don't seem to understand that, but you might need to go back there and just do it. Help them understand.
Definitely.
So
a little creative or information.
Right. Yeah, exactly. And so
the awareness.
The awareness, right. And so this is something though that you're going to put this up there, and we can kind of chart the progress of raising the money for this thing.
That's a good point. We'll make a point to get on the schedule.
Yeah. They need some help. They need some direction. They don't pay attention to media. So I could write about this ad nauseum. Wait, stop. Don't go anywhere yet.
Wow.
Wait, come back. Just stay right there. Just stay right there. Don't go anywhere yet. Where did the mayor go?
Oh, he left.
Oh.
He said bye and then bite out.
Well, his other thing. Anyway, we'll figure it out.
They've got that one thing at 11 o'clock today that they're doing.
11 o'clock. What is the thing at 11 o'clock?
The Community Foundation is going to be doing a presentation of how.
Is that at 11 o'clock or that was at 1 o'clock?
Another fund distribution. I was told at 11 o'clock.
Well, maybe they changed the date. I don't know. I saw one earlier at 1 o'clock, which I was going to go to. That was with the governor.
Yes.
Yeah. Is that at 11 o'clock now? Well, I won't go to it then. So. I got more important things to do. We got to talk to these nonprofits. The lighting corporation, though, how many people are involved with this organization? You got K-Pub, you got Eichner, Rose is involved again.
The Chamber of Commerce is on there. The Convention Visitors Bureau is involved.
And who else?
Involved.
K-Pub's involved. Why are you involved, though?
Why am I involved?
Yeah, why are you involved?
I think this is an important project to continue to keep the spirit of Christmas alive here in Kerrville. You know, a lot. Look, go back to your youth. Do you remember going to visit Santa or Christmas situation, or watching Santa come in and help light the Christmas tree?
No,
you didn't do that.
They didn't have that. They didn't allow that.
Right?
They didn't. Well, what they did is they drug out the utility people and they shoved up these Christmas lights every year, and that was a big deal, you know. But we didn't have any kind of community thing like here.
You know, this is, you know, again, just part of the community spirit, and it certainly creates. And this year of all years, I think we need that. But also, it does. It creates a memory that kids will hopefully remember a lifetime, and somewhere down the road they'll be taking their kids or their grandkids to do a similar celebration.
Right. And it's always it's just such a great event too that happens every, you know, that whole courthouse thing. You guys did a great job with it last year. You know, you hired folks to do it, which was smart. Because Johnson City cheats. They have their utility do all the work for them. You know. Well, I'm calling them out.
They do, but and their project always looks good.
It looks good.
I think we can just take a little different approach and
we've got Mike
very
Whitler.
Effective. You were right. We got Mike Whitler.
Yeah.
But we've got a lot of, that's one of the great things. I've always used my elevator speech. You know, our quality of life here is such that it not only attracts a lot of individuals coming here, but it attracts a lot of the right leaders. Mm-hmm. You know, you look at the Charlie McCormick's and we look at our current city manager, Dalton, and hospital administrators. I mean, all the way up and down, airport administrators.
Yeah.
Again, Mike Whitler. It pulls in the people that are qualified to get things done. Yeah. With the knowledge and what have you.
And what's great is that we can make you retire and we get to replace you with Julie Davis. That was
and look, she brought that organization up to another level. I managed the chamber for 8 months last year, and now Mindy's brought that organization up to a different level. So you bet, absolutely. I'm totally in favor of these organizations that are growing after I leave.
Yeah. As the former tourism guy here, like what is Sarah Tacey and her group over there at the? I have my little pointer over here, by the way.
Stop pointing that at me. I'm going to take that away from you.
The orchestra here.
I got this from Gene yesterday.
Well, that was nice.
I'm going to use this on Summerlin later.
Well, probably.
But what does it mean for the Hill Country Arts Foundation to recover, in your estimation?
Oh, it's mandatory. We've got to do
I like
that.
It's mandatory.
Continue to have the product to attract the visitors to our community. And of course, when we bring those visitors in, it reduces the tax rate that every one of us are paying.
Yeah.
So it is mandatory to keep these products vibrant and coming in. You mentioned a little while ago about the talent here. And I look at the Hill Country Symphony or the Symphony of the Hill, our Symphony.
Yeah. Where do you sit again? Or you guys sit in the orchestra area?
I sit right behind the tech area.
Yeah, right. That's right. That's right. You and Ron sit next to Judy in that general area, right?
Yes, we do.
Yes, that's right. I remember where people sit now because I've been going for so many years.
But anyhow, I think the concerts, the symphony orchestra concerts we have here, could compare with the New York Harmonic. You do not have to go to New York to get quality.
I call my mom every time after I go to a symphony. I went to the symphony, Mom. They don't have that where you live. Ha ha. Kind of stuff.
Absolutely. But those things are important.
How would you rate Rose Bradshaw as a volunteer?
Oh, man, she is right at the top. She's on 3 or 4 very involved boards.
Yeah.
She's a go-getter.
She's a go-getter.
Makes a difference when having the right people in those right slots.
Right. All right. I got to get all of you off the show now because I promised Marcus good. I know. I got Marcus here. It's 9. There are things at 9:30. They got 9 seconds. Sarah, good job.
Thanks.
I appreciate you very much.
I appreciate you.
Rachel, good job.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us.
Charlie Mack, good job. And of course, Rose, you're always welcome.
Thank you.
You guys are great. All right, folks, coming up next, the Heart of the Hills Heritage Foundation is coming to tell us about their stuff. Ashley's joined us. 1 o'clock, yeah. Yeah. You had me going there for a minute there. I was getting nervous. Oh, okay.
Why don't you just stay, man? I don't need you. All right. Where do you want me?
Right here. Where's the rector?
Oh, he's not coming.
What?
Yeah. Head to Waters pecan trees. That's the best Kerrville excuse ever.
God.
I love it.
What?
It's not an excuse. It's a reason. This guy could sit down with us,
You
though.
can sit down with him, yeah.
No, he's got to go to his next thing. Or maybe not.
I'm going to go relieve the crew for the habitat.
Habitat.
They can come in.
They can come in. Yeah, Habitat's coming next. All right, good job.
Is it just me?
It's just you.
Oh man, you had like this exciting group, and now
I try to get the mayor.
I gotta hold people's interest.
We're gonna make Ashley. Ashley's gonna come over here, and she's gonna sit right here, and she's gonna co-host with us here.
All right, great.
She doesn't know that yet.
She's in the wings. She knows she's needed for something.
Okay, I have things to give.
Oh, what does that mean?
Well, I forgot to bring it today. I was going to bring it, but I want to donate the White House press passes.
Oh, cool.
That we got.
Very cool.
There, right there.
Hey.
Hi. Bye.
Love you.
Bye. Bye.
I want to donate the White House press passes.
That's very cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
To the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center.
Yeah.
The new museum.
Right.
To put it another way, the new museum and historical presentation center next to the Butt Holdsworth Memorial Library.
The butt Holdsworth. Sorry. You know,
oh man. You know, I've been there 20 years, and I just like.
Yeah.
Okay.
Welcome to the lead.
Get it out of your system. Get it out of your system.
My grandson, when he was here, a couple years ago or last year, he was so taken by the name. Because Allison.
It's surprising.
Yeah.
I mean,
is.
The Butt Foundation. The Butt Foundation. And he would twerk and stuff.
Yes,
It
yes.
was unbelievable.
Because he was 4, right? At that time?
He was like 7.
Oh, yeah. Even better. Even better.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny.
It is, especially
Howard
the little
Butt
boys.
used to make fun of himself, but it's one thing for him to make fun of himself. It's another thing for.
I'll never forget the time though. I met one of the butts who got kicked off a mule.
Do you know this story?
Do you know this story?
I don't know
he was at Wolf Miller's. I think it
What?
was. Yeah. No, seriously, it was. I think it was Howard III.
He was at Wolf Mueller's, the bookstore.
Yeah.
And he was on a mule.
He had been on a mule and he could barely walk because he got his back broken.
When was he on it?
John.
Why was he on a mule on Earl Garrett?
No. He had been on a mule at his facility.
Oh.
And he got booted off. And he was like,
We'll get there eventually, Marcus.
Nothing like a butt getting kicked by an ass kind of thing.
I love it.
It was so great.
I love it.
So that's you're quoting him.
I'm quoting him.
Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah.
I guess that makes it safe. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It was. I think it was.
You're
Howard,
never safe
it was
here.
Howard 3. It was Howard 3 and Howard 4.
How fun.
Because there's like 4 of them, right? 5 of them.
You
You don't know the genealogy anymore.
I'm here to talk about the museum.
I know, but that's historic though. It just shows you those people come here.
Is it though?
I don't know.
There's historic and there's significant.
They're significant. I got. So here's what I want to do. Here's what I think it's important. And I was like, what can
It's colorful.
I've covered now. I've been privileged enough to cover 2 presidential visits.
Ooh.
In my
Really?
career. Yeah.
Not here. Got it.
But
Okay. One of them was here.
one here and one in Bakersfield.
Yeah, who came to Bakersfield?
Obama. And then I covered Biden as vice president. And I covered Barbara Bush one year.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Barbara Bush was in California for a speaking event, and she was delightful, actually.
Yeah, she's awesome.
She was one of the better speakers I think I've ever. Very memorable and very funny.
Mm-hmm.
Very self-deprecating. But the other one too that but I thought, I have so much crap and stuff, like
Historically significant artifacts.
I
Is
do.
What we like to call it.
I have it. And one of the things someone asked me the other day about was
Some of it might be crap. I mean,
some of it is crap. Was legacy of like, what's the legacy of the lead? And I'm like, I don't know.
I asked that question, I think.
Yeah.
Right?
And so, yeah, you did. And I said, well, look, we have a significant archive of photos.
Yeah.
We have the largest local archive of photos of this event.
Really? You outdid Tony?
I'm pretty certain we go toe to toe with Tony. We don't post every photo Tony and I have
You do cull
we cull out more photos, but we
Right.
we
Tony
have,
Tony leaves the culling. Whoa, sorry.
to you.
we
Tony
prob-
leaves the culling to the community.
Yeah.
which is kind of genius actually.
Yeah,
But it does mean that you get 2,000 photos and
right.
and you
only
cull
want
through
10.
them. Right.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know that you only want 10.
We probably have published.
But you don't want all.
Yes.
Yeah, we probably published close to 1,000 photos, but we probably have a reserve of photos in the 20,000
Yeah.
number.
That's
Well, I was
amazing.
talking with Tony. It's like 2,000 per night.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
And
Yeah,
so
he-
the
he
advantage
breaks-
of that
he
is
breaks Facebook.
the advantage. That's right.
Yes.
Which is a good thing,
Yeah.
you know. But the advantage of that is you can always depend on Tony not to become a bottleneck.
Yes.
Right? He takes those photos and then they're up
They're
the next
out
day,
and yeah.
and then it's on you to sort through them or not.
Right.
I've always believed in that strategy. I just like to cull mine out a little bit more. I don't.
Yeah, well, he's
I-
a volunteer basically. He's doing
And,
it all for free.
yeah, and but we have a significant, and I think everyone is a little bit different, you know. And so he's able to get to some places we weren't able to get to. We were able to get places. We also have a significant video.
Yeah,
collection.
that's right. That's right.
You know, and so I want to make sure, like, we have all the Trump stuff. He doesn't have any of that. So we've got that, and I want to make sure that it gets into the museum.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
Well,
in
the
some
museum is part of the campus of the library. So across from the library, we've got the History Center, and then all three of these institutions are going to work together with the Heritage Center, the museum, being the public facing. I mean, everybody can go
cool.
to the History Center,
Yeah.
but it's a little bit like an archive, and so those things would live there theoretically. We haven't worked out the details of it, and then they'd be presented in some regular fashion.
That is so
To
awesome.
the-
I love
to
the
the community.
coordination.
Yeah.
By the way, Ashley Phillips is here. How are you, Ashley?
I'm fantabulous. I love the Heritage Center. Back when we were having community people present to council to advocate for the bond to help in the funding to get this going.
Yeah. Thank you to the community for that.
Yeah, I was the young mom on that slot. I was the young mom that said, please, I would really love this for my children and my community. I mean, this is our home. We've been here over 8 years. I've had and raised my babies here, and I'm looking forward to the opening. And so I am friends with Miss Angela Kennedy and talking about trying to help decorate the house for Christmas. We hope it's open in time so we can decorate and have an open house for Christmas. And I don't know, just want to help. However,
This Christmas?
any Christmas. So I'm a Christmas fanatic,
Right.
But I
That's
love,
good. It's a
I love
good
it.
holiday. I like it.
It's important, you know. Tradition
I'm for it.
and
I'm pro
history is important. We can't forget our history, positive and negative. We must learn from it, and it's more than just crusty old codgers on front porches talking about the good old days.
I love that.
There's
I love
so much in what you just said. I don't know how to
Don't even
respond.
know where to start unpacking.
How do you? But you know, that's
fun with that, Marcus.
The a lot of the exhibits are going to be designed for younger people. What do you think about the
Interactive.
interactive? What are the exhibits going to look like?
That's a big question. So the exhibit design is actively emerging. We have our outline for the museum, and I think you actually have some pictures you could share if you wanted to do that. You may
Do
not
I?
be prepped to pull that off, and I can't see what you're sharing.
I don't have any pictures.
Okay, no worries.
Did
No
someone
worries.
send them to me?
Yeah, but it's probably last week.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
So the downstairs is like an orientation. It's big questions, big picture. So we will have what we're calling a community gallery or a Heart of the Hills gallery. And that will be who is community, what is community, where is community. And so we'll focus on the places that have been important in Kerrville. We'll focus on voices, point of view videos, and we'll focus on defining what we mean in this space, what we mean as a community when we talk about community, and what we as the museum curators are aiming for. There'll be an orientation theater room. Simple note that the orientation theater room is not fully funded. So if you're interested, let us know.
All right.
And then there'll be a rotating exhibit along the back porch, which is a pretty big space. And so we have plans for what's going to open there that we're working with a local organization on promoting. Then when you go upstairs, you start with the geological history of the area, how the land has shaped who we are, which, given recent events, is kind of
It is quite defining.
even more top of mind than it was before. Then you move to First peoples who lived here before all of the the folks that we know now. Yeah. Then we moved to, oh my goodness, my words. Then we moved to first settlers. So early 1800s, Joshua Brown, the people who made Kerrville what it is as we know it today. Then we moved to some of the early industry of Kerrville, which is mow and wool hair, ranching, cypress shingles. That's right. That's actually in the first settlers bit.
Oh, okay.
And then quickly into TB, which is how Kerrville kind of got put on the map.
Really?
Yeah, because in the late 1800s, Kerrville was promoted as the Texas Alps.
Apparently, by the way, too, just so you know, you don't have to talk about slavery anymore because the boss is going to pull it out. So just so you know.
We cannot talk about slavery.
You're not allowed to talk about slavery anymore.
Or
too much slavery talk, apparently.
Big Brother is going to snip at us?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
Don't talk about slavery.
So the good news is that Kerrville was incorporated after those things were settled.
Right.
And here's the other interesting thing. Because our TB, by TB I mean tuberculosis, which was a lot of the early vaccination processes were developed around tuberculosis, and the H.E. Butt Foundation, my day job, which is not what I'm representing right now, some of their early work was around vaccination awareness and helping people understand how to address those needs. So tuberculosis care in Texas was in Kerrville was one of the first big draws. When the train brought people here, they would move here. They lived in tents. We're going to have an interactive tent that people can go inside. I'm pretty excited about that.
I will not be able to get my boys out of the tent.
I'm a history nerd. I'm trying to convince my wife to buy a canvas tent. Just a side. But
oh my God.
Moving back to so tuberculosis care though extended to in the late 30s and 40s, 1930s and 40s. Our local hospital, which is now the state hospital, turned into a tuberculosis care hospital for African Americans.
Okay.
And what that meant was our black community, the Doyle community, was highly professionalized and paid. And so if you've seen the movie Sinners, which is about juke joints.
Oh my gosh, such a great movie.
Yeah, it is a great movie. It's a vampire movie. So
I have not. Sinners. Okay, I'm gonna look that up.
There's so many interesting things going on. But one of the things they're trying to start a juke joint, and they're wrestling with how do they make their juke joint work, because so many of the local community were employed sharecroppers and they weren't receiving real money. And so if we take the fake money, we can't do anything with that. So how do we stay afloat as a business? In Kerrville, because our black population was professionalized, they had real money, which is why we had
the abundance of joints.
A huge number of juke joints, just like 3 blocks right there, including the Pleasure Garden, including the famous door, and all the
that's great.
Yes.
You can go do a walking tour.
By the way, in Sinners, the vampire sings and dances Irish folk music.
Yes.
Oh, how cute.
I'm pretty sure my daughter's planning on walking down the aisle to one of the songs she sings, and she's like, do I have to change it now? I said, no.
You do what you want.
We'll just all think about it.
He's out there dancing like Irish jigs and stuff. It's super creepy,
It's fantastic. It's a great movie.
Yeah, terrific movie.
Well, I shouldn't say that.
That might be
it's
what
a
I
great
watch tonight.
popcorn movie.
Yeah, it's a great
popcorn movie.
No, it's beautiful to look at too.
Yeah.
Very beautiful to look at.
And rated R, vampires, violence, blah blah blah. Don't watch it with your kids. People.
Is Rosa Lavender on your board or involved in this process? Sorry, I just say hi to everybody that walks by.
No. Who's
you can ignore my wave.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, you were just waving it. You were waving it. What's his name?
Yes.
White coat.
So then I took us all through. Tuberculosis leads into camps.
Yeah.
Which is obviously an incredible industry. We are rethinking a little bit how the camp exhibit might be, although less than you might think, because the camps have been hit very, very hard, but they've been around for a very, very long time as well. So we're being sensitive in that, but I
like the idea
we're not changing it as much as you
of the
might think.
tent thing too. And I'll say this before that one of the great exhibits that was in Bakersfield that they used for a movie was the tents that they use in the oil industry. And
probably similar.
The Wildcatters would stay in these kind of tents that were from, who knows, they were canvas tents, obviously. They had a wooden side to them in some places, but very, very cool looking. So I think it'll be kind of exciting to see.
According to Foundation lore, that's actually how the grocery store was started. That the Butt family was living in these tents, and they were selling groceries to other people in the tent community.
Oh, really?
And then they moved into the grocery store and essentially used the network of grocery delivery they had set up in the tent city to get the loan to do that first store.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Canvas tents are the way to go, right? They're heavy as hell, though.
I mean, I'm trying to convince my wife, if we spend $1,500 on a tent, which is a lot of money for a tent, I'm like, we skip hotel rooms, we have this tent.
And she's like, yeah, but then you're making me stay in a canvas tent.
Yeah.
Is she the kind of...
I haven't won the argument.
Yeah. I mean, is she down for that? Because some, like, I'm an outdoorsy person.
Yeah.
But my mom and my sister, they're like, a Holiday Inn is camping.
It's okay. It's all right for Holiday Inn's like that's not glamping. That's like a 2-night stay in a tent.
Yeah.
I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
I'll be praying for you. Success your way. Good vibes your way.
We're thinking this is going to open
May of 2026.
That's the plan.
Exciting.
And as far as I'm aware, we are on track.
I think so.
The Callow is on track to open in time for Into the Woods.
Yeah.
Cross your fingers.
Yeah.
But I was in it last night. It's looking really good, and the museum's on track to open in May. Now,
have you been inside the museum?
Not in a couple of weeks.
What was the last time you were inside it, and what did it look like?
Last time I was inside it, I was giving tour to a potential donor.
Yeah.
And it looked like a construction site.
Yes.
There was a lot of,
there's a lot going
screws
on
the ground. They cleaned it up for us as best they could, but we were hard hatting it, and there was a lot going on.
What do you think the biggest challenge remains in opening this thing? What remains to be the biggest deal?
That's a great question. So, in order to open it, we are continuing to raise funds for the exhibits. One of the things I think the public doesn't understand is that there are two sides to this project. One side is the building. So the building was donated to the city. The building has to be renovated. Very, very expensive. Everything you were talking about earlier, that's related to the building. So all of that is good and necessary. And what it gets us is an empty museum.
Yep.
Right? So what we are working on, the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center Board and Angela Kennedy, Miss Angela Kennedy, I'm going to call her that forever now. What we are working on is what goes in the museum. What is the story we're telling? So it's similar to the Callow Theater relationship with Playhouse, where Playhouse is the manager of the arts that come into that space, and the city owns and takes responsibility for the building. Same kind of situation. So we are funded to do some number of exhibits in the space. We're seeking funding for 4 more exhibits, basically 4 more rooms of exhibits, including the orientation theater. So it's very likely when we open in May that we will still have some opportunities for people to help us finish out rooms. Now, it's going to be a museum, right? So people shouldn't worry that we don't have artifacts or anything. We've got really good things.
I think there should be an
stories.
Ashley Phillips room.
Oh my Lord.
I mean,
a timeline.
All it takes is somebody to donate money in your name, or you yourself could.
Ashley arrives in Kerrville.
Yes.
She works for the Country Youth Ranch. She gets pregnant. Then she goes to HCTC.
Gets pregnant again.
Then goes to the Salvation Army.
Yeah.
And so there you go.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good.
And then Greg got fixed. And so now what? That's the big question.
That's breaking news right there.
Breaking news. But you know what I found in... Let me save this
You just have
conversation.
this pattern of I don't know how to respond to what you say.
I know. I never got to do
I guess that was really
leadership Kerr County because every time I would sign up and get accepted into the program, I got pregnant.
Yeah.
So
I'm too old. I've aged out.
No, you have not. There is no such thing.
In a couple of years, they'll call me as a mentor.
Back to proper conversation. I would love to hear you discuss about the professional organizations that y'all are collaborating with that is advising and guiding you in your exhibit display and construction and all that.
I have to go.
I didn't even know that
soon.
that was a thing.
Yes. So we, so one way we could have done this is we have an incredibly
This isn't just local schmokels like saying, this looks good.
We have an incredible board. So we probably could have pulled off a pretty good museum with just our board. Linda is an artist, Tony Box and Bill Rector and Joe Herring. These are people who know our local history.
They know stuff.
The problem is we're all so close to it. We don't have objectivity.
Yeah.
And so we wanted what a museum should do, and what we are doing is you bring in an outside expert. So the first expert we brought in was a museum expert who had done a lot of work with the Ford Family Museum up in Indiana or wherever it is, which is like a theme park. It's crazy.
Right.
Wow.
And she helped us decide on what our themes are, engage the local community, and really make sure that this was not just what the board wanted, but what Kerrville wanted. That's I got to go after I finish this answer.
Okay, all right.
And then we did a nationwide search for organizations that specialize in museum design, which is a very specific kind of writing and a very specific way of telling stories that's non-linear, but kind of linear, and you know, artifacts and all this sort of stuff. And we selected, as a board, quatrefoil for the first round. So as we do other rooms, we may stick with quatrefoil, we may do additional bids, which is totally normal for museums. And Quatrefoil has done a series of really great projects around the country.
Yeah.
If you look up Quatrefoil museum design or something, you can find their stuff.
And which room did Rotary sponsor? The Rotary Club?
The name of it? I don't know. It's like upstairs and then, you know.
Yeah, so calling out all the different groups, because there's so many groups
Thank
in
you
this
so much for that.
community.
Yes.
If you've not sponsored a room or an exhibit in our coming museum, please reach out to Marcus or Angela and see which room you would like to co-brand with.
Yeah, one more thing on Quatrefoil. So the thing that sold us on this group is there's the Ranching Heritage Museum in Lubbock, which we don't think of Lubbock as like a tourism destination, although my daughter's at Tech, rec 'em, guns up, and so we go there a lot. That museum, the Ranching Heritage Museum, is incredible. And Quatrefoil redesigned this outdoor section around Hank the Cow Dog, which is
he's classic.
One of the coolest exhibits I've ever seen.
I've not seen that. Okay, I'm gonna have to go see.
If you're like in the area with kids, you must go.
My brother's still in Odessa, and so if I ever get drugged back there for whatever reason, we'll have to make a little trip up to Lubbock.
It's definitely worth a 2-hour trip to take.
If you're in Odessa, 2 hours is nothing. If you live in Texas, 2 hours is nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also taken by the Los Alamos History Museum, which
that's right.
The Trinity Project in Mexico.
Yeah.
So
they had to design things that were exhibited in rooms that are top secret. So they created these top secret exhibits that only I don't know who gets to see it.
That's amazing.
That's cool.
That's great.
Thank you for doing what you do for our community. We're so grateful. Thank you to all of the board, because you do have a day job and a life and other interests, and so you're sacrificing to bring this to our community, and we really appreciate it.
It's a joy.
Maestro.
And Lewis, thank you.
All right.
Thank you for the crock. I gotta go.
High five.
Bye.
Bye. That was Marcus Goodyear of the Heart of the Hills Heritage Center. Ashley Phillips is here.
Hi.
Come on over, Dietert Center folks. Come on over.
Dietert. I was like, do you want this?
Yeah.
Is this his?
What's going on with the crops?
Man, we are busy. We are doing some renovation to the structure, but specifically myself, I guess I'll have a face and not just a microphone, is preparation for the Circle of Service event coming up. And so, with the flood happening, a lot of folks are considering whether that's happening. The event
also includes the table setting thing.
Yeah. So Circle of Service, this is the 38th year for this fundraising event. And it's evolved over the years and had kind of different focuses and themes. Last year was the first year that I really shook it up to be a tablescape design event. Right. And it was a sellout success. It was such a beautiful, unique experience. There's been tablescape events in this community in the past, but not for quite some time. So I think it really stands out. And there's a lot of folks that didn't have a clue what I was talking about. And so once they experience it, they love it. Guys, gals, no matter what. It's,
I think we're going to try. We
so
thought
cool.
we should probably try to do the leads.
You're going to do your man junk table, right?
Man junk. Yeah,
microphones and man junk. I like it. It's a fun theme. So what's the goodies going to be? It's going to be a cat clip, because you have to have a place favor.
I have a box, several boxes
of stuff and things. It's a magnet cat clip.
Stuff and things. Like this thing. That
won't work.
This thing is...
Yeah, the blue diamond paperweight.
I've got some Ingram Warrior home stickers.
Yeah. No, you're going to put together the most awesomest table. Very stained pint and plow coaster.
Yeah, I got this thing. I've got brochures.
Lewis.
I got batteries.
Lewis.
Yeah.
Rein it in.
Okay.
Rein it in.
All right. Sorry.
I love you. But yes, so Salvation Army was established in Kerr County in '67. We built our 855 Hayes social service office in the mid '80s, and we were blessed to receive the one and only Croc Center in the whole state of Texas about 15 years ago. So late in October, we're going to be celebrating our 15-year anniversary. And so it's such a beautiful ministry and outreach to this community. What an amazing blessing that facility is to the community. But I can't help but feel that folks have forgotten of the social service work that the Salvation Army still does. And so sadly, through the event of the flood, 855 Hayes location, our social service office, quickly rose to relevance. It was a hub for volunteer and donation management. And we were happy to do that for our community. But on a regular basis, aside from flood relief, we do rent and utility assistance. And aside from flood relief, I believe that we are the only organization in the county that offers rental assistance. There's several that do utility assistance. And right now,
a big thing.
to flood, there's others that are doing rental assistance. But aside from that, rental assistance, because we all know that the housing market is tough in Kerrville. And we call them the working poor. You know, we've got a very polarized community. We've got a very affluent community. We do have some folks that really struggle. But then just for the normal, average working day person, it can really be a struggle to get your feet under you because the housing market is difficult. And so the demand has been really growing there. So we were already projecting and seeing an increase in demand. And now with this economic blow, I think it's safe to assume that it will. It'll grow even more.
Yes.
We have a dental clinic every other week. We have a 3-month wait on that dental clinic, free dental care. That's a really huge need that we want to grow and increase care for. Food distribution. We've got emergency food pantry, hot meals daily, food commodities. We have. We'll if someone needs. Like, hey, I'm struggling here and I've got someone elsewhere that can help me out. I just need help getting there. We'll get them a bus ticket. We will pay hotel stay for emergency shelter if they need help. And then case management is huge. Case management is the ticket to success in those situations.
Exactly.
So that is what this event is for. That is what this event will benefit. But it's going to be so much fun. It's going to be a beautiful, unique, very moving experience. And so I encourage everyone to get your ticket or your table now. It's coming up. We're going to have doors open at 10:30. You're going to get to walk around and see all these beautiful tablescapes. We've got a professional and individual division. We've got Trisha Hamill with
she's world
Viridian
class.
Design. Exactly. So, I mean, we're going to have everyone from Trisha and Viridian, and then just my friends and individuals. And so Christy Vandenberg and Judy Eichner that are in Rotary with me, they're going to do a Rotary table.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. And so Cassie.
What was lunch yesterday for Rotary, by the way?
Brenda. It was delicious.
I was here.
Judy
you were here.
Told me you were probably going to come.
You should join Rotary.
I don't join things.
You don't join things.
Yeah, I was already behind.
It was chicken spaghetti and then like a chicken enchilada and this really yummy salad.
Oh, very nice.
With mandarin oranges. Yeah, it was catered by Cart & Co. because our chef, he lost everything in the flood. He was flooded out. And from that experience, right? he needed to get back home to family. You know, we put him up in an apartment. We took care of him. We wanted to really support him and love him through this. But we understand when you go through something like that, I think it is important to get close to blood family. And so he's in Florida right now. He's going to spend a visit. Actually, I think he's in Colombia right now, is where he's originally from. So,
but he's going to come back?
I don't think so. No. I would love it if he did because he was a phenomenal chef. He did a great job last year.
Chef back for Thanksgiving.
Yes, we're working on that, and I think we're really close. But yeah, tickets can be purchased at kerrvillecroc.org online. Follow us on our Facebook page for news and update feed on the event. You can call me at 830-285-9945. 830-285-9945. We're going to have some really awesome, unique underwriting opportunities to co-brand. We're going to have sponsored lounge areas.
Right.
Man games. We're going to have the cupcake raffle back where there's
that sounds fun.
Thank you to Diamonds of Kerrville and Wildflower Bakery. So Wildflower Bakery donates 100 cupcakes. All together, we're going to dig into our cupcake. You can purchase them instead of a raffle ticket. You get a yummy cupcake, and whoever's got the pin and the icing wins the bauble. We've got a $1,500 ring from Diamonds of Kerrville as the prize.
When I used to work at the oil company, we would teach children how to drill for oil with cupcakes.
Brilliant.
Yeah, you put chocolate chips in there.
Oh.
And then they would just dig
I'm
a straw
down.
and then
Let's
they
do
would
it.
try to see if
they could get a chocolate chip.
Yeah, get a chocolate chip.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
I love it.
That's
But
what we
yeah,
did.
Circle of Service 30.
It
It's
was
a
super popular.
luncheon Tuesday, September 30th. Tuesday, September 30th luncheon at the Croc. It's going to be beautiful in our gym. We pre-flood, we literally needed to double the event to meet our program funding needs, and now I would really like to even surpass that.
That's
so
great.
we need your help to help our neighbors, y'all.
All right. Good job, Ashley.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for
Yeah,
coming
you
on.
have a good day.
You too.
Holler if you need anything.
All right. Thank you for being here.
Bye,
Thanks yourself.
Felicia.
Bye.
Hi, Brenda.
Hi.
Brenda Hughes. Brenda
Thompson.
Brenda Thompson is here.
I'm here again.
Yeah, you're here again. That's okay though. All right. Now my mouse doesn't want to work. Hold on a second. We gotta.
He's got to get back.
Technical difficulties here. Work. You ever have that problem where the mouse just goes and doesn't want to come back? You have multiple screens up. It'll work here. Come on now. Put it together. Oh, there it is. All right. I'm going to share a personal story with you guys. During all this chaos and mayhem, my mother calls me on the Wednesday. So it was a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Wednesday the 9th. Calls me and she says, my stepfather, who's been married to my mother they've been together for almost 40 years now. They said, she goes, well, yeah, Tom has Alzheimer's. And he's 82 now. And so she's dealing with that. And this is not a surprise necessarily. She just finally dealt with this. I find this discussion that we're going to have to be one of the most difficult discususons that anyone can have. And I'm in this age range now where I have a 103-year-old grandmother, stepfather who's got memory issues, and then my mom, and then my dad, his wife, also has some cognitive issues now too. And I'm like, how do you kind of navigate? And then I have friends. All my friends have parents who are dealing with these issues now too. And for years, I lived in a community before we moved to Texas, where it was a heavily retirement community. And I remember I had a neighbor, and he developed Alzheimer's, and there were little signs, and then all of a sudden there were big signs. And one day he was just gone because he assaulted his wife and was put in the home and died probably 6 months later, because he could no longer take care of himself. So this is a very difficult conversation we're about to have with our friends from the Dietert Center. Thanks for coming back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having us. And I brought with me today our Dementia Care Advocate Coordinator, is also our Director of Senior Support Services, Teresa, also known as T. Salmon. And she's been with us for over a year now, and comes from working in assisted living facilities and has a true heart for doing what we're doing, and has taken this program that we've been doing for years at the Dietert Center to a whole nother level. And I'm just excited for her to be here and tell you some things about that. But in response to what you just said, one of my things that I say all the time about this program and about the classes that we have and the trainings that we have is knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Because just like what you just said and what you're going to be going through with your mom and your stepdad and anyone else in your family or your friends, if you don't learn about what this journey is going to be, you're going to struggle through it, and it's going to be a struggle for your loved one. So come to the Dietert Center, take these classes, and learn about it so that you can be the best you can be for that loved one, and you can give them the support that they need. Because it's not a short journey.
Right.
A lot of times it's a long journey. So you've got to be prepared for it as well. Because every day can be a new day. and then the third day can go back to where it was the week before. And but knowledge is power. You got to come participate in the classes and the things that we have so that you can understand it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that understanding this. There's some great books out there. There's some great resources out there. But Teresa, the thing that I am, and I do tell my mom is that she's kind of been in denial a little bit about this as well. It's very difficult for the caregiver or the partner to accept that this has happened.
Yes, it is. And that's kind of what we deal with every day. Some of the classes that I have, one of the classes, the caregiver comes with the person with memory loss, and it's a 4-session class where they learn together how to cope with dementia and all of its symptoms. And the main thing I say about that, if I could tell anybody, the biggest thing is to live in their reality.
Right.
Wherever they are right then, live in that reality. Do not frustrate them further.
Right. Don't, because that is where they are at this point in their journey. And it's so hard for folks to understand this. And does it get to a point where my concerns have always been like, my mom would like leave them alone, or and I'm like, does they have to be supervised? These are all these questions that are out there, and I feel like both parents have a certain sense of denial, about their spouses. Like this is not going to be the same person anymore. It's a very different story.
It is not. The relationship actually changes, and it has to change. And the spouse becomes the caregiver.
Yeah.
And then that caregiver sometimes forgets to take care of themselves.
Right.
And they're the everything for both people.
Right.
So they need to take care of themselves as well. And I also have a lot of classes on that, caring for the caregiver.
Yeah. The heartbreaking story that I always think about too, people don't realize that to me, it's a story about Alzheimer's, is the curious case of Benjamin Button, where he reverse ages. He's the baby who is an old soul, old baby, and at the end he becomes a baby and basically withers away as a baby. He goes back to being and dies as a baby. But that's kind of what we deal with here. We deal with it's just a difficult fate for people to accept.
It is, especially if that's mom and she truly is having a regression.
Mm-hmm.
So roles reverse, and that's very hard. So you have to be able to deal with that. I'm not going to tell mom, go do this, because mom was the boss.
Yeah.
So you have to change how you see things and how you say things to them, and do it more as a drawing in. I really want to go for a walk. How about if you go with me? I'd really like you to go with me.
Right. Yeah. And this is something that you guys live with every day, basically, at the Dietert Center, right? You see these families or these couples where, there's a partner who's perfectly okay, and then there's the partner who's not, and that is another heartbreaking element of this as well. So what are some of the classes that you offer? Tell us about all the offerings that are there.
Well, one of the really great classes is Communicating Through Dementia for Everyone. And that really, the classes are small, so we do a lot of, okay, if that isn't working, try this. If that isn't working, try this. We do a lot of redirection, and we do some practicing.
Yeah.
Because this is not a situation where it's innate.
Right.
Like, I'm going to know what to do. I need to practice. I need to learn how to do it. It is not something that I already know.
And it's not something and again, you need to be equipped with the best information possible and the best tools possible to help with that.
Right. Exactly.
Developing this program, Brenda, how long did it take you to develop it, or what's the history of this program?
Well, I've been with Dietert for 7.5 years, and so this program was basically already kind of put together.
Yeah.
Tina Woods, my predecessor, and Peggy Pilkington was our director of the Dementia Care Advocate Program, and they started it, I don't know, it might have been 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And it has been running and just, trying to get the word out. And like I said, T has taken it to a whole nother level by offering a lot of different classes. Have a lot of support groups. And those support groups come together. Some support groups are with both the loved one experiencing the loss, memory loss, and then the caregiver. And then some are a mother, daughter, father, daughter, whatever. And those are great classes to come together because they split into the caregiver and the other person suffering the disease.
Yeah.
And I facilitated both sides of those classes. And talking to the people that are experiencing this, I'll ask them, what is important to you? What does your spouse do that you really love? What does your spouse do that you really don't like? Well, I don't like her telling me to get my clothes on.
Right.
And so then we work on some of those things and talk about that. And somebody else might say, well, just do it and then you don't have to listen to her.
Right.
Or something.
Yeah.
And then even on the...
Well, that's what's so hard about it. Just get it done.
Just get it done. And then on the other hand, the caregivers are saying, I cannot get him to get his clothes on in the morning. And somebody can say, well, I tell you what, why don't you get just... And I hate to say this, but it's like back when we had our kids in...
Sounds like me most mornings anymore.
Elementary school.
Yeah.
How about getting his clothes out on the bed, ready for the next day? So you don't have to have that discussion.
Right.
Here's his clothes. And
in
help
the
him.
right order,
In
so
the right-
that he has the right order of clothes going on, because that's something that's hard for people with dementia.
Right, exactly. I mean, and that's something that, that tries the patience too of the caregiver as well. And then you get a situation where it just gets to be, you almost need to have like some, some training in that piece of how to find common ground or to find a peaceful, get yourself in that spot, because that's gonna be frustrating.
Yes.
Right.
Because you think you're looking at this person like, I'm looking at a grown woman and a grown man, and this, what the heck, because you're just used to them being,
Mom and
self-aware.
dad.
Mom and dad, self-aware. How often though does it fall on the children or the spouses? What do you see? What is the most common, care scenario that you see as far
Right now, it's spouses. Yeah. And a lot of times the spouses have physical issues that they're dealing with.
Yeah.
And then their spouse has dementia, some sort of dementia. Makes it very difficult.
Makes it very difficult to be that as well. And have you ever had situations where both spouses have
Yes,
memory
I
care?
have a few right now I'm working with. Yes.
And then how does that, that's just hard to imagine.
That's where you bring in the family members or friends, and you as part of one of those classes, the classes changes, challenges, and choices. You have an activity that you do is who is your circle? Who is your spouse, then your daughters and your neighbor? What neighbors do you have that are
Church people
and stuff? You pick out 3 or 4 or 5 different people that you can call, or if we see something, we can call them and say, hey, will you go check on them because this is what we saw? Different things like that. You have to build that little circle of support so that, because they all need support every day is a different day sometimes.
Right.
But one thing that's really good that T started for us is a walk-in dementia shoes. You could actually, if you have a loved one going through dementia, this is phenomenal to come. It's like a 30-minute little session.
Right.
You come in and you put some glasses on and some headphones on, and you get to go through this interactive.
It's an experience of dementia.
Really?
An interactive.
That sounds horrifying.
It's a little bit horrifying, but we talk you through it at the end.
So, like, what do you? Give us the scenario how that works.
I don't want to give it all away because I really want you to come and experience it. Yeah. But I know most of the clients, so at the end we go through. Okay, how did you feel when you couldn't fold the towel? How did you feel? your mom feels like that
Yeah.
every day.
So it's
all
able
day.
to kind of like maybe confuse you enough to.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes. Your senses are all altered. I'll say that. So, because that is what happens in dementia.
Yeah.
And so, as you go through this experience, you see and you feel compassion for your loved ones that have
and
dementia.
that's something like too, like where you see this happen, and there's like, you know, it's frustrating for that person too, because they kind of know they can't. I should be able to do this, and what's wrong with me? You know.
Of course. I say that all the time. Like, think about it. If I'm in my bedroom and I want to walk into the living room, and all of a sudden I'm looking around, I don't recognize anything, I don't know where I am. Can you imagine what that feels like 24 hours a day?
No, I don't want to imagine what that feels like. But I know that there's so many people who are struggling with this. Like, do we know, like, do you have any idea of the size of the population of Alzheimer's, you know, care maybe, or memory care in our area?
In our area, I do not know that number, but it's huge because we have a senior population here.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, my requests about dementia concerns grows every single day.
Right.
It's
right.
huge.
Oh, Brenda's looking.
I'm looking at numbers here. I'm trying to see. I know one thing. Last year, our dementia care advocate classes, support groups, and Take 5 day respite care provided almost 1,900 visits at different stages of the unique journey of the illness.
Wow.
So with our Take 5 Club day respite is an awesome opportunity. My mother-in-law goes 2 days a week, and it is a wonderful opportunity for them, the caregiver, to take their loved one to us, and they're there for 5 hours a day, and it is they do activities. They talk about Hawaii might be the theme for the week, and they talk about who's been to Hawaii, or they talk about all the different things.
Long-term memories.
Long-term memories. Play Elvis music, and just do different kind of things, and they love it. They thrive on it. When they come home from there, their mind has been engaged at a level that they're all at.
Mind and body. Because we exercise too, which is super important.
Right.
And they eat together, family style. And when we're back open in our building, they all sit around at a big table and eat together. And the volunteers that T has, and Martha Dickens is our Take 5 leader, and she's phenomenal. And she plays the piano, and she plays music, and music is huge for those with dementia and Alzheimer's, because they could not be participating at all. Then all of a sudden they can hear the music or hear a song, and they know every word of that
song. They can
song.
sing the whole song.
Wow.
It's so amazing.
Wow.
Music does crazy things, and we do try to hit all the modalities when they're in there, the exercise, all the senses modalities, all the socialization. Do you know that being alone, being isolated, is equal to smoking 15 cigarettes a day for your brain?
Really?
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Yeah. So on our Take 5 program, we had a lady one time that was a concert pianist, and she was in her 90s. I think this was before you were here. And she was the sweetest lady. She didn't engage in a whole lot, didn't talk a whole lot, but she participated in things. But we brought a piano in, and we'd say, "Would you play the piano for us?" And she'd go, "Oh, okay." And she'd get over there and play that piano. I mean, it just
muscle memory.
It makes me tear up thinking about it and remembering that, of watching her do that, and it's so awesome. So that program is a huge thing for our community. It's only $40 a day. We do it 3 days a week.
Wow.
$40 a day for 5 hours.
Yeah.
You can't pay a caregiver to go to their house for that much.
No.
And they come in and they're engaged and they're with those other people, and it is a phenomenal thing. And one thing I'll say too is, if people are starting this journey of dementia with a loved one, you can set an appointment up with T.
Even though we're closed,
even
call
though we're
me.
closed, you can call her, and she will meet with you and just kind of help you see where you are and what stage of it is. We're not a medical thing. We're not doing the medical part of it, but with just our experience of setting up, that knowledge is power. Knowledge is power. Participation is power. The more they come and participate with us, the better you would feel as a loved one, and they feel because they get to feel like they are in charge of themselves when they're there. They get that control of themselves back. And for some people in the very beginning, they don't want to come because they're like, I'm not going to that place. And once we work them into it, they're ready to go.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
And that Take 5 respite, I would just like to say, is an early stage program. When, people always tell me, well, they're not ready for that. We can't really help them when it's too late. We can help them in the early stages. And then they get to know new friends and have new friendships through this and feel like they have a safe place to come.
Yeah, we've had this internal conversation, family internal conversation, about like my mother would take my stepdad to, speech therapy or treatments or things like that, to see if he could help him. And but I've always suspected that he was much farther along than she knew, that this progression began, like I have in my mind a date, when it began. And, that this was something that we were all kind of wrestling with. The journey can be kind of long, right?
It can be. It can be 10 years is a normal journey path for dementia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then, the diagnosis of Alzheimer's, which sometimes is, I think people look at that as a death sentence. So in some cases too, the disease doesn't kill you. It just kind of helps you along, I guess.
It does in the end, but we can do so many things to help those symptoms.
Yeah.
We can as caregivers and like in our Take 5 program, we can really help those symptoms.
I think that's an important message though, is like what you're saying too, is that sometimes like I feel hopeless about it, but you're saying no, that we can make it better.
We want to give them the highest quality of life possible.
Yeah.
And we can.
How do I get involved with this? How do we jump in and help? How do we get Tim Summerlin involved?
Tim Summerlin. Yeah, there he goes. Well, one thing is, if of course, like I said, you can call Teresa, call T, and talk to her.
Ask for T.
Ask for T. We have 2 Teresas, so ask for T. Call the Dietert Center, 792-4044, 792-4044. Ask for T, and she can set up an appointment to kind of get you started there. And then, and she can tell you what direction you need to go. Are you at the point where we just need to get some educational classes together for you, support groups and things like that? And then because we keep the cost of the Take 5 program so low, we are having our annual Round to Remember golf tournament on September 8th, Monday, September 8th at River Hill Country Club. Yeah. So we've still got team space available and sponsor space available. You can look at that on our website, www.dietertcenter.org, dietertcenter.org, and see more about that. And we've got an opportunity to honor someone or in memory of someone who is not with us anymore because of their dementia. And so it's a great golf tournament to raise funds to help us support that program.
That's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Well, T, thank you for your patience and for your caring, because I think this is such a difficult journey for so many families, and kind of living that myself a little bit too. So, and
I think that as soon as we get back open again and start doing the walk-in dementia, I want you to come do that.
Yes.
Yeah,
would you?
I will definitely do that.
Okay.
We'll do a whole thing on that for sure.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
Good job. Thank you guys both for being here. We're going to take a break because Summerlin's up next. We've got to prepare the show for him. We have the Hill Country Defense Alliance. I think they're going to teach us jiu-jitsu or some kind of taekwondo or sumo wrestling. But we'll be right back with more on our day 4 of our nonprofit. Thanks for being here, everybody.
How are you? Thank you.
I'll come see you later.
You got cool hair.
It's out of control. I need to get it cut.
It looks cool.
Thank you.
I do haircuts.
Do you?
Yes, I do.
All right. Tim is here. Summerlin's here. We had a little bit of breaking news this morning. Where did it go? Where did my breaking news go? Oh. We have a flood watch. Flood warning for western Kerr County. Northwestern Kerr County, all the way out to just below Junction in Kimball County. Flood warning, flood advisory The flood warning. Let me see here. Flood warning, minor flooding is forecast. Guadalupe River at Hunt. This forecast is to late tomorrow morning. This afternoon at 10 feet. Water extends into the low areas of the floodplain. Lower bridges on the north and south fork of the Guadalupe along highways 39 and FM 1341 become impassable. So keep an eye on that. We do have the forecast does call for some rain today. Later this afternoon. And we had a pretty good little storm. Was that yesterday or Tuesday? Tuesday. I think Tuesday it was.
Yeah.
And so keep an eye on that for you folks that are moving out. News from yesterday was the parents from Camp Mystic spoke, and pretty devastating testimony from those parents. And we've got the full coverage online today on the newsletter. We also sent a note out yesterday to our readers and provided the initial story about it as well. But we dove into a little bit deeper on the issue. Don't go too far. You better take those off. Look at that! Look at that! Amazing, absolutely amazing. In honor of Dr. Summerlin, we did provide this music for him. You gotta listen to the music.
Check it out.
Yeah, I love it.
It puts me to sleep every night.
This is your walk-up music, Tim. I got in trouble yesterday for playing too much of Mahler's Adagiato. Yes, I did. I played. I wasn't aware of that piece of music before, but I found it on YouTube of Leonard Bernstein conducting the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra in 1973. It was on YouTube, and it is magnificent. And that's going to be in the next performance of the symphony. But you're not here to talk about the symphony. You're here to talk about this new defense alliance. And are we going to learn what is it? Krav Maga? Is that what it is? Are we going to learn some jiu-jitsu, some martial arts? Is that what we're talking about here? What are we talking about here?
Yeah. Well,
what are we talking about here?
Sumo wrestling, maybe?
No, it's actually it's more of a business alliance, and it's focused on providing opportunities for synergistic businesses partnered with our university. So identifying opportunities that come out of our government and seeing how we can partner our Hill Country businesses to provide solutions for our warfighter. And from that, I mean, what's neat about the defense industry is oftentimes that branches out into commercial. In our case, with KMM, it's aerospace.
Right.
But many times those solution sets can branch out into other things. And as we've seen with the visionary leadership with Bill Boeing and others with Lockheed Martin, these things can lead to things like the internet that Al Gore took credit for. DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Project Agency, was one entity. But so it's sort of a futuristic type of thing that we're trying to do right here from America's heartland.
The defense warfighting world is being turned, I think, on its head right now by what's happening in Ukraine. Mm-hmm. They have fundamentally changed warfare dramatically. And you kind of always knew when drones became a deal that there was going to be somebody who's going to make commercial drones into weapons. And Ukraine has gotten really, really good at making drones into something. And the Russians have too. And one of the interesting stories you see now out there is I
think Sam Nunn would say that we started the drone industry, but that was relatively classified.
Well, yeah, but it sort of feels like maybe we're behind a little bit now. And you look at the improvisational aspects of what is out there. You see a lot of these guys out there. I see these videos all the time too. They're like, I'm a warfighter and I got all my gear and my guns and everything like that. And when you see the battlefield footage, of Ukrainian and Russian propaganda, essentially, though, but that's real-time video. Those guys are terrified of drones. You know, they might have the biggest rifle they've ever seen in their lives, but the drones and the fiber optic stuff now is even crazier, where there's this fiber optic cables just strewn all across the battlefield and across cities, and it's just a wild time. And so catching up with the inexpensive drone technology is going to be, I think it's a priority of the Trump administration now. So
I think you've hit on something really important when you use that word inexpensive, because very recently I was hearing somebody say, who is very knowledgeable in the aviation industry. Somebody asked him, with the 737, huge barn where they're building them, moving along, how long does it take for when you start at this door and it rolls out at that door? He said 8 days.
Right.
And he asked this commercial producer in one of the big firms that has defense contracts, how about that F-15? How long does it take from when you started at this end of the door to the other? 8 months.
Wow.
We've got a huge industry that, you know, propagates itself and keeps going, and not saying it's wrong or it's not needed,
right,
but there's a mentality there that it all has to be huge and slow, and you have to build something that you know is going to keep going, instead of saying, let's do jobs.
Yeah, right. And I think like the brilliance of KMM is that, you know, you guys have been able to pivot several times, you know, to fit what your customers want. And it seems like, you know, you're an example of a business that we worked hard to get come here, you know, as a community.
Which we remain grateful for.
Yeah, I didn't have anything to do with it, but I was just, you know, I'm just saying there's some people out there that did some work. And the opportunity now is to identify, you know, I think which kind of Gil Salinas' approach was to identify more companies like K&M who are going to emerge as suppliers or component manufacturers for the defense industry and the aerospace industry, right? I mean, that's kind of what we're thinking about too in some of these areas.
Sure, and I think one of the things when you say like warfighter, the Hill Country Defense Alliance is not exclusively. It's not the guys that you're describing all armed up. I mean, certainly.
No, I didn't mean that.
But when you're talking about the unmanned airspace, which it still makes, because I kind of grew up a little bit in the aerospace realm.
Yeah.
I cringe a bit at that drone, but I guess we all fell into the jargon of drones.
Yeah.
But one of the things that we've learned from that unmanned air operational space is that there's a whole follow-on in terms of the chaplain corps. For example, like we've learned in North Dakota, they've led the way. The first, they transitioned from the F-16 to the Predator and the Reaper from the North Dakota National Guard.
Right.
And one of the things they learned is, you know, it's not as glorified as it sounds to fight these wars remotely. It's very traumatic to go from in theater as a reconnaissance mission to that of unfortunately having to utilize your munitions and execute.
Right.
And then driving home to your daughter's 5th birthday party.
I got a kid's soccer game. I'm going to blow this guy up in Iran.
Yes, exactly. So, it's much different than the wars of the past.
Right.
So that has led to more need in the chaplain corps and more mental health things. So this is where Schreiner University could potentially lead the way in complementing things. In addition to enhanced manufacturing, having more need in terms of identifying how do we produce product here that can more immediately go in theater in an expedited fashion. So it's kind of thinking more globally, and helping our companies to be more aware of the opportunities to address these solutions.
Right.
And then, of course, these things can work for just regular commerce, because everything kind of transports.
Right.
So the drones, as you call them, now that we've got pizza delivery or Amazon or whoever's going to use them, kind of translates that way too.
That stuff's terrifying to me. Drones scare the hell out of me.
Still, even if it's delivering your sneakers or whatever you're going to order?
Absolutely. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't have it. You
wouldn't have it? Why?
Why? Because they're like a flying weed whacker.
So you wouldn't have HEB delivery via drone?
No, I don't even do that.
You don't do the regular HEB delivery?
No, none of that stuff.
But that creates a couple jobs.
I'd rather go
They're
pick
just
it up.
working remotely.
I'd rather pick it up.
But you still have the remote shopper.
No, I don't do that either. I don't like that either. I don't like that. I don't like any of that stuff.
Did you see Dr. Summerlin in the hallways?
I love going to the grocery store.
I do too. I don't like it, but I don't. I would prefer than going to have the stuff picked up. I want to go pick out my own tomatoes.
Tomato. I choose tomato.
How did this organization? How did you guys stand this up? And the other chief culprit is General Michael Oates, but he's apparently out of town, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're blessed with his leadership. Yeah. He's tremendous and very visionary.
Chairs our board there, and
why did he think it was necessary? What was his thinking on
I think it's just bringing more opportunities to our heartland, specifically for our businesses, small to medium-sized businesses. We need all the advocacy we can get.
Mm-hmm.
And all of this is about partnering, because Shriner's got an interest in developing a cybersecurity program.
Mm-hmm.
And that can mean everything from short-term 6-month online courses. I take it, I certify, now I can get this job, to something much deeper and longer, which is research into this area. And you don't do that by yourself. You do that by working with industry. You do that by working with the military. You do that by working with your public safety people around here.
Yeah.
And you get yourselves all organized and say, how can we play our various roles here? And that's why we created the Hill Country Defense Alliance. It's a separate 501c3, so that's why we're here, as one of your nonprofits.
Yeah.
But it's housed at Shriner. And Shriner, it identifies Shriner as a place that says, all right, we're looking for people out here who are interested in, for example, KMM saying, hey, we need an intern here at our place here that knows something about aviation and is interested in doing this kind of thing. And for example, Carl Davis and our aviation program and Kristen are both overseeing a young woman who's an intern, actually is from Israel, but she's studying aviation here. And that's the kind of thing we want to see growing and blossoming, and we can become kind of a gathering place. You get federal government sending out their broad area announcements. We have a contract here. We want to do this kind of thing or the other. And we communicate that to the companies that are part of our network that are members, and that's where we are now, is growing that membership of firms. And then also tremendous potential to attract here to our airport, to our drone work, the military, and to be a place that's identified. We got huge airspace out here. That can be used, and they won't have to be going over your house and scaring you that way.
They do every day. I always wonder whose jets are flying over my house. It was interesting when Trump came. They landed those Ospreys here, which are either a great plane or they could crash. But it was interesting, though. It kind of showed you the power of the airport. They don't need really a long area to take off from, but it was interesting seeing all of them stacked up there when he came. So we know that we have the facilities, and the city and the county have done the work financially to expand the airport.
And Marine One as well.
And Marine
KMM had some parts on too. And the Ospreys.
They were all there. They're all part of your deal, right?
Well, our team.
Our team, okay. But it's identifying those opportunities, though, I think is the interesting thing. So even though you work with Shriner, do you work on any kind of economic development piece? Are you talking to Todd Bach, or is that, am I wrong in that sort of assessment of the organization?
The answer to all of that is yes, 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 yes.
Okay.
And also then qualify that by saying it's a step at a time here.
Okay.
We sit down with folks and explain it and say, we'd love for you to be, if you're interested in this, talk with your whole administration, and we'll get back with you.
Right.
So we're building slowly, but absolutely at the heart of this is why should not our region be a part of the cyber defense?
Right.
Because the needs are immense. That's one area that is not going away. It's only going to get more complex, which is why it's also academically a valuable thing for us to be looking into. You're not going to turn around 5 years from now and find there's no cyber defense.
I think, too, that San Antonio is going to be the home of the Cyber Command for the state. So there is that adjacency too, right?
And former Congressman Lamar Smith has been certainly supportive and contributed as well to his thoughts in our infancy, which is kind of where we are.
Right.
And I think the hope is that it becomes that community ownership, so that when you see those Ospreys or when you see Marine One or whatever will emerge, you feel that heartfelt, like, wow, I'm part of that team.
Yeah.
I am that is you, Lewis. That you say, hey, instead of feeling, hey, I don't want these things flying over my head, you're saying, I'm part of that tarmac,
right?
Or I'm part of that cyber defense.
By the way, the area is interesting. Does have a history of being connected to the defense industry for many years. There were other before K&M. I looked this up the other day because I was looking at defense spending in the area, and there was other manufacturers that had either closed or gone out of business or moved. But there's always been some sort of presence. And interestingly enough, you might appreciate this, Dr. Summerlin, both of you might appreciate this, that the World War I could be partially responsible for the flood because the government spent so much money on mohair and wool acquisition that it expanded the herds of critters that denuded the hillsides. So that was in a report from 1921 saying, well, because the government spent so much money on to make uniforms, essentially, or bandages or anything like that they were going to do. And so, there was incredible defense spending in the area during World War I to strengthen those areas, strengthen that supply of wool and mohair. So fascinating to think about, as well.
I had never heard or thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those little things. So there's always been this deep connection, and then kind of post-war rehabilitation center. That's why the hospital is the way it is. The TB recovery. I mean, so there's always been sort of a little bit of a connection here, but I don't think we've ever really formalized it like this, though. This is what's important as well, to have some vision. And there's so many retired military people here to begin with. Like, who's on the board? Who's in the organization? How do we? Who do you lean on?
Well, again, our president of the board is the retired Lieutenant General Mike Oates. Jeff Harris from South Star is on there.
Yeah.
Krista and I are both on there. Gil Salinas, who was Economic Development Director here. He's down in Brownsville, but as he was leaving, he said, hey, I care about this kind of thing, and I still care about Kerrville. Leave me on there.
Yeah, right.
And we've got 4 new members who will be coming on shortly.
Good.
Since that's not happened, I won't name any names there. But the key is, you think of drones, you think of defense, you think of Ukraine, as you were talking about. But the truth is, our water and the flood. Another thing that can happen to a city's water supply is somebody just engages in nefarious activity.
Right.
Financial, the banks, everything in the infrastructure of the country is out there exposed.
Yeah.
And the truth is, nobody who operates any kind of infrastructure can assume, we're safe because we've got a really good system of protections. It's much smarter to say, probably somebody's broken in here. Now, how do we find a way to deal with that, as opposed to saying, we've got such a fine perimeter around us, we're safe. And that's why a big part of why the pervasiveness of all of that, why Shriner is also interested in developing cyber security programs and education.
Yeah.
It affects us all.
What is the temperature about this stuff? You know, Kristen, you go to DC a lot. You're connected when you're not on your bike on the phone.
That was fun to see.
I know. That was great. I had a bunch of reporters from ProPublica with me when I saw that, and they were completely amused by my banter with you and I bantering back and forth. They'd never seen anything like that before, apparently. So, welcome to a small town.
I think that's what makes the small town America just amazing. The hill country is specific.
Yeah,
and I
we can talk smack to each other at the stoplights.
It's fantastic and to be celebrated, and I think it's what contributes and why we want to create more jobs in our heartland and more opportunity, and what contributes to that entrepreneurial spirit that's simply irreplaceable, and the grit that we have at Shriner University as well, and continues to be cultivated. But I think the temperature is well receptive. I think that in terms of the Hill Country Defense Alliance, it's unique. Dakota had a similar thing, but their aerospace and their energy with the Bakken and whatnot is a little bit different. Here, it's more banking, finance, and I think a little bit healthcare.
Yeah.
And then as the sad part about warfare, but on a level, a unique, I guess, optimistic thing, but it's mournful. But I mean, here we go. I mean, it's good, but medical care is continuously advancing, and defense is always kind of at the forefront. Our nursing program is amazing, and Peterson Health is amazing there, and so I think that there could be some opportunities there. We've had, so I mean, you don't want to. Nobody wants to go to war,
right?
Ever, but I think that insofar as we can try to be solutions providers and try to identify how can we be on the cutting edge and how can rural America be that cutting edge, I think is exciting.
Right.
Yeah.
And then how can that be applicable for advancements in health for our aging community, or retirement community that has a cross correlation benefit. And so these are things that I think that can be celebrated.
Right.
And also, sadly enough, the idea of war is, as it's thought about nowadays, and Ukraine is a part of that, is let's get in there and let's destroy the way you operate. Let's destroy the way your health industry works. Let's throw your finances out of control. Let's do all of this stuff that, and there is where cybersecurity, we think of a drone coming in and dropping a bomb. That's one thing, but think of a drone of the whole system of being able to find out what kind of infiltration has occurred, and say, let's deal with that. That's a big part of what all this is about.
I think one of the interesting things about, when you look at the history of warfare, kind of globally, there's always a technological, at least for the last, couple hundred years, for sure, there's always been a technological advantage that has been shown on the battlefield, but not always related to in tactics or the human toll has paid the price for that. World War I's a great example of that. You had 19th century tactics, that initially, that couldn't keep up with the technology. And we're seeing that, before. I think the challenge for these kind of organizations is like, how do we think ahead, out of the box, and
asymmetric? Yeah,
and anticipate, what would be the next innovation.
Right.
So warfare sparks innovation out of necessity.
Correct.
And you can see it time and time again. And so,
and the U.S. has always kind of led the way in that regard,
right? And
so, partnerships with Israel,
right? And so, how do you get ahead of the game here?
Correct.
So,
and working, and Israel is really a great partnership too. And in Kerrville, with our Empty Cross and the unique latitude that has been identified with Jerusalem. I mean, there's kind of some neat ties. They're just kind of, neat reference points.
Right.
It's a faith-filled community, and so, I mean, through prayer, hard work, but some opportunities lie there. But I think, but it's not exclusive. When you identify some, we're starting with the defense community, but there's energy. When you start working with the government, the Department of Energy, or other areas that have need too, and so we'll be able to see some broad area announcements that come out of Washington that hopefully we'll be able to say, hey, who can we partner with within this hill country and have that dollar footprint come and stay here in our hill country.
Well, and I think too, like what Cam, I always heard people who were like sort of doubtful that Cam Killdeer Mountain Manufacturing would be successful. And you have proven that. You went into the building as promised. You had some initial delays.
COVID, despite a pandemic.
The pandemic, the building. But when you go in the building now, it's amazing, to see you were shoved into a temporary location and that was humming along. Now you moved into your new location and you're talking expansion. You're talking, you're hiring still. Yes. You're always hiring. But you could have gone elsewhere. You could have gone somewhere else. You could have gone to San Antonio, but you chose here, and I think you've shown that it can work here, right? With you can get the right employees, and you can get the right people,
and our customer gives us accolades when they visit. They absolutely love Kerrville.
Yeah,
and the Boeing company has said we absolutely love Kerrville. So it's not. I mean, so we've been blessed and thankful. We remain thankful.
Right. Good stuff. Good stuff. When do you guys meet normally?
We'll be meeting here on September 15th. It's our next meeting.
He usually likes to call the meetings at 4:10.
Oh, really? 4:10.
Well, there's one person who shows up at 4:10.
Oh.
The rest of the board is there at 4.
Yeah. Real quick, give me your thoughts on flood recovery, Tim Summerlin. What do you in the community? What is the community in your estimation? How have we dealt with this flood recovery?
Well, I echo what I've heard so many other people saying, and that it's just astonishing. An astonishing bit of confidence and, move you away from a certain amount of cynicism that we all feel about the world and all the problems, all the division, the speed of that response. The effectiveness of it, the ability to say, all right, we're going to focus putting the money that comes in, the gifts, the donations here with the foundation, Hill Country Foundation, and the amount of money coming in, but the amount going out. So often we have seen disasters occur, a lot of giving that comes, and then that money just sort of gets stuck. But that's not happening here. And then the people of all sorts who are doing such a variety of things, the churches, the other organizations that are helping people who, I just need a voucher for a meal for my family, we need a new car. It seems to me that what's happened here has been a remarkable model for effectiveness in that area.
Kristen, you have a view of the river and the lake. What's your assessment of these last few weeks?
I echo Dr. Summerlin's sentiment, but yeah, I mean, it was mournful, obviously, but it's odd. Nimitz Lake has retained its beauty as we recover. Great excitement as we move forward, again with a heavy heart, but I do think just tremendous potential, and certainly looking forward to having you out on Bully.
Oh, yeah, that's great. I mean, was Bullfeathers ever recovered?
Bullfeathers was demolished. There's no
hope that it ever.
I think there were portions found in Center Point and Comfort.
Wow.
And I mean, there were warnings that had come out, and I thought about pulling Bullfeathers out, but I thought I can arrange the ropes. I sort of was. I identify with many of the leaders of the community that echo the sentiment. I mean, that didn't think it was going to be that bad. I mean, there's just no way that you could predict that it would be that
in that short of time.
That short of time, yeah. But the river level, I mean, I looked out at, I think it was like 4 o'clock in the morning. I woke up and I thought, oh, I'll go down and change the road. That was hopeless. I mean,
Yeah.
It sounded like a freight train.
Right.
It was so loud.
Yeah. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All right, you guys, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
Hey,
appreciate it.
Congratulations on your 1,000th.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
Hey,
Isn't
you
that
may
great?
be the real McCoy.
Congrats.
Finally.
With
I'm
cool
a
hair, too.
2-bit guy. So, all right, you guys, thank you for being
Rock
here.
star and a scholar.
All right.
Mary Campana's here. And Bailey's here. Bailey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Push that down a bit so I can see your face. There you go. Woo. Got a day.
Yeah?
Yeah, what are you guys up to?
We've been out working at the Restore.
Oh, really? How's that going?
It's going.
It's good.
A little breaking news. Chip Roy is going to run for Attorney General, which is good news because it means that he will no longer be in the Texas in the House of Representatives. So that's good news. I'm excited about that. Habitat for Humanity is probably, I don't know how we would describe what's happened to you guys during this flood, but I'm sure people came to the Restore and said, "Help! Help! Help!" Is that true or not true, or what? How did that go?
It is true, and then it also is. We are converting it to, or part of it to a building distribution center. You know how you have all the water and so we're going to be the building supplies and lumber and drywall and that kind of thing distribution center. The county has some material that they need to push out to folks.
Right.
So we're doing that, which is exciting. And it's just really gave us an opportunity to kind of organize, clean out, and so we can expand it and accept more.
That is that's a big deal for a lot of people to have that element, available to them, because that restore is probably one of the more popular. People don't always remember that it's there, but when you go, it's like, whoa, it's amazing. There's a lot of stuff there.
Right. And we're really focusing on our original mission of the restore, which is home improvement supplies.
Right.
Tools, lumber, everything that you would need to repair a house, and less of a thrift.
Right.
And so going back to our roots in the original model of the restore has really been helpful, because that's what people need.
Right. The beauty of Habitat for Humanity, how have you been able to support people during this time? You guys got some projects you're working on.
Right.
You're building a neighborhood, but I'm sure people were like, can you help us with this? Or
Yes.
how has that been for you guys?
We are here for the long-term recovery and building, so we'll go in and rebuild houses for folks and repair. And what we do is we have a plan that we're trying to put our head around what's the need. How many people have been displaced? What do they need? Who needs repairs? Who needs a whole rebuild?
Right.
And we're adjusting, and we have 3 separate plans in place, ready to go. We have 100 people, volunteers, and in the wings waiting, because we're here for the long haul.
Right.
So what's going to happen is, if it's people that need rebuilding, we're partnering with different churches, and we're going to start rebuilding houses from the ground up. And then our Mariposa neighborhood is ready. Got the final plan approved, and we're getting permits. And depending on the need, if there's more people that are displaced and can't build where they are, we will accelerate our building so that they have that opportunity as well.
You just get people out there and, you start building quicker. Get out there and get it done.
Well, we're doing it all with subcontractors through if we do a rebuild, it'll be subcontractors.
Right.
It won't be volunteers, so that it's faster.
Right. I heard you negotiating with Summerlin about stuff. Did you get anything from him? Did he give you anything?
Well, a woman had come in the restore, and she lives across the street from the Hunt store, and she had lost her mini grand piano. And I was like, wouldn't that be neat if we could find a mini grand piano? And I thought of Tim. I'm like, he's going to know.
Yeah.
So
he's going to know.
He's going to put the word out.
He's going to get it done. The beauty of this thing is that we have this community that kind of knows how to get things done. And you've been here how many years now? 4 years now? 3 years now?
3 years.
How have you adapted to that? I mean, you got people who come looking for you. You know that Brenda Hughes was looking for you earlier, right?
Yes, I know.
She was looking for you.
She was. I've been helping them write grants and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yay.
Right. So, how have you viewed the community, response to Habitat and their caring for this organization, and then this response on the flood?
What has happened is the community has surrounded Habitat. I mean, it is amazing how many people for so many years have been partnering with us, of subcontractors, with volunteers, whatever. Do you know we have grown so much that we are now in the top 5% of all the habitats across the country?
Is that right?
Because we'll be building 11 houses next year.
Wow.
And so that rapid growth
And does that count? Does Mariposa count in that, or is that just okay?
That is.
All right.
Mariposa will be the 11 that we'll build in their first year.
Right. And you're still building your traditional houses, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
All of our houses are the same. They're all 80% of median family income, which means someone that makes $79,000 and below can qualify for our houses.
Okay.
And it's just a difference of how it's financed in
Absolutely.
the mortgage.
Absolutely.
But the rest are all affordable housing. They're all built with subcontractors and volunteers. And it's just because we were able to have such support from the community, we're able to grow faster.
Right. You're able to hire Bailey.
Yes,
Bailey,
exactly.
What have you learned from Habitat for Humanity?
Oh man, I work with volunteers, and so I've, the amount of support we receive from people in our community helping us with anything and everything has been really amazing. I've met a ton of amazing people.
Yeah.
And,
she's people and money.
That's all that matters, right? You need that kind of help. Organization, that's what you need, is to have the development and the contact with the volunteers to kind of move forward.
Right.
But the Mariposa is being built by contractors, and that's a bit of a departure. And are there other?
We've always done contractors and volunteers. It's just a difference of framing.
Difference of this, right?
Framing.
Who's on your board? Who's some people on your board?
Oh, we have an amazing board. Kevin Bernhard.
I heard a story about Kevin Bernhard.
What'd you hear?
Kevin Bernhard showed up at the Dietert Center with a crew and just got out the sheetrock.
Yeah.
And got it done.
Contractor. Yep.
And didn't even flinch to help out the Dietert Center. So
Right.
What's it like to have a guy like that on your board?
That's amazing. I mean, it's the same thing. Mariposa, he managed our entire infrastructure project.
Right.
So he is just a godsend and just really under the radar, unsung hero.
Yeah.
He just does things.
Gotta listen to his
Same
text
with like Micah
text in it.
Floor, the
Yeah.
same thing. You know, the difference of the Mariposa that I forgot to mention is it's a long-term affordable. So
Mhm.
when someone buys it, they have to qualify.
Yeah.
So that means they could make too much money,
Right.
you know, and they're signing a deed restriction. So when it sells, it goes to another income qualified family.
Right.
We'll have long-term affordability.
Long-term affordability in that
And
neighborhood.
that's Micah, Greg Richards, Kevin, Hal
Some
Rideout,
stalwarts.
and all set up this incredible system so that we can make that
Yeah.
happen.
After Mariposa, do you have a plan for another development, or are you looking?
We have our real estate committee looking for land right
Right.
now. And but that allows us, because we have that machine set up for Mariposa, it's all funded, everything's ready, then we can pivot and help with disaster and rebuilding homes.
But is Mariposa kind of like in your head sort of technically sold out already, or is it no? I mean,
no,
because-
it doesn't have families.
But you don't have. I thought you had a waiting list. Is that not for Mariposa?
We do, and we were about to launch it July 1.
Yeah, right.
And then the flood, so now we're going to launch it and start doing family
Do you
selection.
strongly suspect it will be sold out pretty quickly?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
You have
Yeah.
you have good instincts on that.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. We have over
Bears like that,
500
huh?
on our list, and
500 people that you think qualify for that.
And this is
Yep.
truly affordable. I mean, we're selling those at $225.
Yeah.
So, and it's not with creative math.
Right.
We're doing it $225. So
Right.
if you can qualify for that, we wanted to build a house that someone could qualify for.
Right.
At $225.
Some people say it's not affordable even here, but I'm like, that's just the reality of the market right now. That's
Yeah.
just where we're at especially with, construction costs and equipment and things like that. It's just
Right.
the reality of the situation.
But our strong partners, that's why we were able to cut cost and to give things to build less expensive.
Now, how did you convince Bernhard though to build houses out of sticks, not out of steel?
He's done a few steel. We have some steel framed
Yeah.
houses in Habitat.
It seemed like it seems like it'd be easier to me, just because it's all prefab basically.
Yeah, it's kind of like tiddlywinks.
Yeah, it's like tiddlywinks. Well, it's like an erector set, but basically you just kind of put it together, screw it together.
Right. But the other HUD defines affordable at $275. Lennar has their own affordability definition,
Right.
but so ours truly is that someone can qualify and not. The big push is Habitat will not sell a house to someone if they're paying more than 30% on their income on housing.
Mhm.
That's
Yep.
how what we determine affordable.
Right. The fundraisers that you have to do though, do you still do fundraising, or do you just write people hoping you write checks, or do you have to do like events or any of that kind of stuff? You have a golf tournament, right?
We do, and
Everyone has a golf
That's a
tournament.
good segue.
Yeah.
But fundraising, we do traditional fundraising, individual giving, grants, events, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So we do raise our annual budget every year that we have to do that. We are doing some additional fundraising for disaster so that we could help build people's houses and that kind of thing. Our golf tournament, we decided to pivot. We are moving it to
Friday, November 14th.
And
Friday, November 14th. Okay.
And we are making it not a fundraiser. We are focusing on just expressing our gratitude for all the first responders, the city officials, the mental health workers, the media that has been stepping up and just having this courageous effect on our community. And so it's called Habitat Hometown Heroes Invitational, and it's greens of gratitude of all that courage. And so our sponsors will pay for a team of first responders, a team of
nice.
Dalton and his crew, and we hope you can play. And so everybody that's just been behind the scenes propping up our city, it just gives us an opportunity.
I don't know you want me to play golf anymore. It's just terrible.
Well, you can drive around in the car.
I can just drive around and make fun of people.
Yeah.
It's going to be at the Scott Schreiner Golf Course.
Okay. Oh, so it was a brand new course.
Right, exactly.
You know what I would do? Here's what I would do. I would follow around Jeff Harris. And I have a camera.
Okay.
One of my original Canon cameras is really, really loud. And I would just take pictures of him, like when he's swinging, like get up close to him,
Right.
And it's like a machine gun.
Yeah, there you go.
And just harass him the entire time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll put you on his team.
Yeah. I'll just share pictures of it. Hopefully he'll wear shorts, and I can just take pictures of his calves and share those on the internet.
There you go.
That'd be great. That'd be more fun for me than. I like playing golf, though. I just can't drive the ball to save my life. I just hit it. I just shank it or hook it or whatever.
But it could be a day of rest for you and for everybody else.
There's no such thing as rest.
But there's got to be. So that's why we really wanted to focus on saying thank you to everybody
I think
that has
that's
stepped
great.
up.
That's great. What was July 4th like for you?
My family was here in town, my brothers and sisters.
They were still here?
Yeah, they were here.
That's
they
why I
came
met
for
them.
the 4th of July. So
I
you met them on the 3rd.
Yeah, I guess I was right on the 3rd, huh?
Yeah. So the Restore team woke me up and said, "Hey, we can't get to the store." And I said, "What are you talking about?" And that was like 6:30 in the morning. So that's when it started to hit.
Yeah.
So it's being glued to the, TV, trying to figure out what's happening, driving to check on people.
Right.
Yeah.
Bailey, where were you?
I was at home, and I found out that all this was happening. I live in Bandera.
Okay.
So Flat Rock Park?
Yeah.
And there's those houses there. My best friend Tiffany lives in one of those. So
Okay.
I found out that all of this was happening when she called me and said, "Hey, I'm evacuating and walking across the bridge." So I don't know if you saw it on the news, but they were the 3 kids walking with the dog.
Uh-huh.
It was like one of the first clips that came out.
Oh, wow.
And that was my best friend Tiffany.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and so that's how I found out. And it was,
That was that's terrifying too.
Mhm.
Yeah, everyone was evacuating at that point, and and then eventually you got out to hunt, right?
Mm-hmm.
What was your reaction to that?
I mean, it's just devastating. It's just a war zone. I mean, it just cars and trees and, it's really hard to describe. And then we were even standing on that bridge of like Louise Hayes Park. We were plotting where we were going to go for the 4th of July to see that the water went all the way up to the pavilion.
Right.
So
Yeah,
those kind of things, to see something that's normal, it's where the water was.
That's where the water was, and that's where, I think the most sobering one for me was like I was stood on the river trail below the Francisco Lemos Bridge and looking up and realizing the water got into the Riverside Nature Center. So
yes.
But did any of your volunteers, everyone was okay and safe?
Everybody was, and that's what we do. We jumped on the phone immediately and called everybody, all of our homeowners. And then one of our homeowners, she worked security for one of the camps, and it was starting to rise, and then she was on the roof, and it collapsed, and so she went down and was rescued 12 hours later.
Oh, my gosh.
She grabbed on to like a cooler or something, and then was in a tree.
I can't even imagine being in the water like that, because the force of that water is just so incredible. Like when you think about the force of what took, when you build a house, you think that building is permanent, and then the water comes through and just whoop, gone.
Right.
Yeah.
And just you're dodging all the debris in the water.
Yeah. The overall view of habitat, though, in this disaster is what? What is the best thing you can do for folks, in your estimation? The Restore Home is obviously one of those great places. But what else do we need to know about?
I think it's more that Habitat's ready, and we're here. We're going to help rebuild. So we're going to come in and build homes. I'm on long-term recovery committees and housing and all of that, so that Habitat's ready, and we're here for the long journey.
Yeah, that's it's interesting to think about too. Like, if you're going to rebuild your house in the floodplain, like how would you do it? There's some examples. There's that house on stilts or piers
By Flat Park.
by Flat Rock Park that I think is for sale, and it seemed to weather. It might have some minor damage, but nothing. I mean, it stayed.
Okay.
Of course, it's got concrete. There's some others. There was I did interview a woman whose house was on piers, and the house did get picked up and moved. So unless it's like drilled down to the bedrock, I guess you're gonna have problems. So I mean, there are some things that we can do innovatively. When you look at these, the housing trends that are out there, there's a lot of discussions. There's a company in Austin that's building affordable printed homes, with concrete printing. What do you see the future as? What is the future of affordability for homeowners? It's such a problem right now. We can't build them fast enough.
Right. And that's why we're really scaling our program. And I feel like that we have created a model that we can replicate and just expand from.
Right.
So going from 1 to 2 houses to 11 a year. And we want to finish Mariposa in 3 years.
Yeah.
And so just have that machine, have the next land ready and all that. And it'll take 2 or 3 years for the recovery of rebuilding. So if we can insert with that.
Is there a movement, though? I mean, so we traditionally build, these sort of subdivisions. Is there a movement on, within Habitat, nationally to build innovative stuff, or what is some of the other things that are happening in that organization?
There's a lot of modular, up north. There are some 3D printed. Plano, Texas was doing containers. Yeah. That kind of thing.
I always think containers sound like a good idea, and you actually have to really dig into them.
Right.
It's a lot of work actually to get them sort of habitable. They seem like a good idea.
Right.
But
they're kind of difficult to work with.
You have to really do some stuff to them, to get them. You got to seal them up, and then you lose square footage, and you got to have a bunch of them, and now you can stack them weird ways. That's kind of fun, but I don't know that they're not necessarily. They mean the containers are a problem because there's so many of them. What do you do with them?
Right.
I mean, they probably, but they're never as affordable as you think they are. So
when you get into it, to have to retrofit it.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm gonna have to insulate this thing, and I'm gonna have to seal this thing up, and I'm gonna have to cut things out and stuff like that. And so.
And I would say, I think Habitat is very nimble as an organization, and we just want to adapt to where our community is. Yeah. And I think our community needs more affordable house fast.
Absolutely.
And so that's what we're doing, is just trying to figure out how we build faster, change our financial model so we can.
I think in the next 2 years, I think the impact of Mariposa and Lennar and specifically are going to really show up, in the tax rolls, because we're seeing that. KIC just passed its budget and no new revenue rate, but it's 8% more in collecting taxes because of Lennar, essentially across the street from their schools, has raised that. You will do that as well. The apartment complexes that are coming out will do that here down the road too. So there's a lot of.
Ours is starting at an affordable price though, the $225. Yeah, and it just increases 2% a year.
Right.
So ours doesn't skew it like Lennar's.
Yeah, it's not going to. Yeah, right. You're not going to skew it, but it is. Yeah. It does help a little bit with the property tax, issues. Bailey, what's the best part about working for Habitat?
My favorite's the Saturday volunteering. I feel so good after. It's hard work sometimes, but it's a lot of fun. That's whenever local church groups and schools and softball teams, they all come out and volunteer. Right. It's a ton of fun. It's my favorite part.
Favorite part of it as well.
Yeah.
What about you, Mary?
Mine is that when...
How long have you worked for Habitat overall? You came from Austin, right?
Yeah. I was 6 years in Austin.
And now you have 3 years here. Yeah. What did you do before that?
I've always been in fundraising. I've been a resident beggar. Yeah. I was in dropout prevention, communities and schools.
Isn't that amazing to be a resident beggar? I mean, to just beg for money all the time.
Yes. It's been the best career I've ever had.
I've decided it is easier than I thought it would be. When I need to do something, I don't mind begging, because I always tell people, like, hey, I'm not a nonprofit, but I need to crowdsource for this.
Yes.
And the generosity.
You know what? You're not raising money. You're giving an opportunity to make an impact.
Yeah, right. Exactly. And that's a huge thing for it as well. And that's the best part about it. So, I mean, what to you is the best part about working?
So mine is, here we are in this disaster, and then that have churches and even neighborhoods that might have opposed us in the past.
Yeah.
Call us up and say, we can't think of a better builder. Would you partner with us? That to me I'm like, okay, that's what it's all about.
I know I gave you a little bit of grief about this when it happened, but I was sort of horrified by the reaction to Mariposa initially. And I think it caught you off guard a little bit too. When it happened though, how have those relationships improved?
So much better. I mean, we're in constant conversations all the time, and just like that was a member of that community that came in and said, hey, my church has some money.
Yeah.
You build with us.
Right.
So that was a good big sign, yeah, it's just worked itself out, and we just have to prove it. We just have to do what we said we're going to do and keep that quality what it is, and make sure that we deliver on what we said.
And that's going to be, I think, when it's all said and done, those neighbors will be really impressed.
I think so too.
Because
It's really gonna help.
I like driving through the Habitat neighborhoods because they're always well lit for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
We had several in the Christmas lights tour this last couple of years.
Right.
So I always get to some places I miss them, or I get to them, but they're always well decorated.
Right.
And that's the thing too. One of the things I said about the Lennar neighborhoods, people were always complaining about Lennar. They build crappy homes. And like, well, sure. But at the end of the day, that's someone's home, and people take pride in that.
Right.
And I'm telling you, almost every house in that new street, those new streets were decorated for Christmas this last year.
Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it was like every single one. I think I had like 50 homes that were decorated for Christmas.
And we all have our niche. Lennar is the moderate income. They're higher income. We're the lower. Right. So it works out well, so I think our quality
What's the biggest misunderstanding about Habitat for Humanity?
That we give away houses to homeless.
Houses. Right, the homeless people.
And that we're not a builder.
Oh, you're not a builder.
That was interesting with this process of Mariposa. Who's going to build it?
Yeah.
Habitat's the builder.
We're the builder. Like what?
Mm-hmm.
What?
So,
but the people that understand it got it though, right? I mean, your board got it.
Yes.
The council got it. The Planning and Zoning Commission got it.
Right.
For us to have that growth and be in the top percent and be a rural community habitat was huge, because I went to a summit and I just can't tell you how proud I was to say, where do you, which habitat? And I was like, I'm in Kerr County.
Right.
How many are you building? What? How do you do that?
How do you make that happen?
So.
Well, you're just like, I just send Bailey out and she builds the stuff, right?
That's right.
That's right.
Right.
She's got
It's the community. It's because Kerrville surrounds us with support is why we can do it.
That's amazing. All right. So if we want to get involved with Habitat, Bailey.
So we've got
Do it.
a volunteer form on our website. That's
Yeah.
www.habitatkerr.org.
Yeah.
That's also where you'll find information coming soon on our golf tournament. That's
Okay.
going to be on November 14th.
Okay.
You can also just call us up and we can
Is
chat.
that a Friday?
Yes, it's a Friday for the first time. We're having it on a Friday.
Okay, good.
It's usually on a Monday. We're excited.
I think football season's over.
of gratitude.
I think
It's
football
all
season's
about-
over by then. So that's good news.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So
What kind of lunch are you going to have?
I think we're going to do barbecue.
Yeah.
All right.
Maybe Buzzy's, since, they don't have the brick and mortar.
Yeah. Well,
Beer,
Buzzy. Yeah.
barbecue, and
But
bragging
yeah, I like it. Do you like?
Oh, that's right. What was it?
Do you guys like my wand, by the way?
Yeah.
Isn't it great?
Yeah.
I got this from the
Can you make
Maestro.
me taller?
There we go.
There you go.
I'm so glad you guys are here. Of course, you're
Thank
always
you for
welcome to
having
come on the
us.
show. I see you all the time. I don't see Bailey as much. I just read her press releases and her emails. But I'm glad you guys were able to come by and stop by and give some context about how You're playing such a vital role in our community, and thank you for being here.
And we do have an exciting, Dr. McCormick reached out from Schreiner University.
Oh, boy.
And they want to give us a welcome to the neighborhood party.
Oh, very good. Yeah, 'cause
we'll
you're right down the
keep
street.
you posted of when that's happening.
Let's do it. Let's do it. All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. MHDD is in the house. They're trouble, but I think we'll be fine with them. Again, we continue on with Nonprofit Week, Day 4. Habitat for Humanity leaving us. Thank you, guys. Good job. Next up, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more here on The Lead Live. I'm Louis Amestoy. Bye, you guys. It's right there. It's so noisy in here. I recommend headphones.
Oh, we are. Yeah. We've had a morning. We were also out in Hunt. It started to lightning, and we were in the big mobile crisis van.
Today, this morning?
Yes, already.
Oh, really?
We had to pack up and leave.
You guys are my 18th guests today. You're 17th. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the show. We're wrapping up the last segment today with a good group. MHDD is here. I saw MHDD in force yesterday. They were at Margarita City. Anna Laura.
I love Anna Laura.
Anna Laura was there. They seem to be well behaved.
Good.
They were not so much. By the way, this is the Nonprofit Week, brought to you by South Star Bank. South Star Bank can help you with all your nonprofit needs. Do Take that to Citron and give it to him.
Okay.
Tell him that he needs to get that done.
Okay.
So if you need a bank, not that you need a bank, but anyway, let's get to the show here. Here we go. All right. There you go. You have an extra shirt?
Yeah.
That's beautiful.
You can take it. To wash it.
Thank you. Oh,
Did you say wash it?
this is green.
I had it on first this morning.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I'm like, I want to give it to you.
She doesn't smell today.
She does not
I
smell.
keep saying that.
You keep saying that. We haven't had Kristen Sullivan on the show for almost a year, I think.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while. How are your boys?
They're doing good. I actually had to miss the Margaritaville thing last night because
Did you?
Peyton had an ROTC dinner.
What?
Yes.
He's that old?
Dalton Rice was there too.
Oh, was he really?
Mhm.
Oh my gosh. Oh, so he's at
He's
TF&D. 14.
Mhm.
Freshman?
Freshman.
Wow. When did that happen?
Overnight.
Jeez.
It's crazy. But he was so happy last night. He was laughing and enjoying his friends, and
That's
I
nice.
was so tired.
I bet. Yeah,
But,
it's been a bit for you guys.
Yeah.
Everybody looked exhausted.
Yeah.
Of the MHDD group yesterday. So
Yeah, we were a little tired, but we're supporting on each other and leaning in.
But we love it. That's why we're doing it.
Hey, I got a bone to pick though.
Oh gosh.
Are you ready for this? My bone
Oh, no.
to pick with you guys.
Sure.
I saw these photos yesterday, and I saw people I knew, including Ashley Valero. That's Ashley Valero up there on the wall. She was in one of the photos, but I did not see my Maddie. She was not one of those photos. What's going on with that?
Was it wear green?
Yeah.
She didn't send her picture in.
What?
Maddie, you got to send the picture in. Yeah. Text her right now. Because we'll put it on right now.
Yeah. Let me see here. Let me text this Maddie kid.
I sent a picture in, but I didn't know it. It just showed up in there.
That was me, my bad.
Oh, Kelsey pulls stuff off my Facebook.
I do. I'm like,
I don't
oh,
care.
this is cute.
Yeah.
My bad. Next time I'll text you. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
I just texted right now and I said, I'm talking shit about you. Where's your green shirt?
Yeah,
So,
send
there you
it.
go.
Hi, Daddy.
She's probably asleep. But
I would be if I could.
you could be right. How is MHDD doing? What is going on? How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. We have our emotional support center that's up and running on 819 Water Street. This is a free center. We're removing barriers for people to come in and talk.
Yesterday, the Hill Country Crisis Council affirmed something that I think I don't know if you said it or somebody said it from MHDD, that you had served 12,000 people or contacted 12,000 people. And the Hill Country Crisis Council, which I know you guys work closely with, was just like, it's just an amazing outreach that's happened here.
Yeah.
And we talked too about the fact that this has to kind of expand to other parts of the state with other authorities because, the need is so great. So many children lost their lives. So many families lost their lives. It's hard for people. I think about the teachers that lost their lives. We had Reese Sunker, who was a very beloved, teacher here in Kerrville. There was another gentleman from Humble ISD who lost his life with his family, and also equally beloved. And so the story, the impact of the flood is so broad. Statewide, even nationwide. We had a young person from Georgia die. We had a family from California die. So this is such a broad story for folks, and the impact is so wide. I mean, but just here, people ask me all the time, like, well, how do you manage this? And I'm like, well, fortunately, we have a really good group here called MHDD, and they're doing some amazing work. And so how has that continued?
So we are going to be here for the long haul. Like, we've been here since 1997, and we plan on having an emotional support center operating for as long as we're needed. So the big thing is definitely just making sure everybody knows that it is a safe space for people to come in and talk.
Right.
I've been 3 times.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
And we just hang out in there.
Stand by. Jeannie's in the...
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
No, Mom, get off.
Yeah.
For the love of God.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
That's my mom, yo. She's got to chill.
Yeah. Anyway, that's okay. No, we need all the viewers we can get. It's good. She's whooping things, so that's good. But You've gone 3 times. I mean, you're part of the team though, Kristen. I mean,
And that's why I thought it was okay to go down and talk to Ashley.
yeah.
Was feeling things, and
Yeah.
it was very emotional for
Yeah.
me. I'm getting emotional right now.
What yeah, that's the hard part for a lot of people, is to hear the stories. I've heard some difficult stories. I made the comment that yesterday that I didn't know, the first night, I think there's somebody that I'm close with. He's a man, and I watched this man break down and cry like I've never heard a man cry before, because he knew people that were impacted. He just couldn't understand the scale of this. And this is the guy I never thought would cry like that ever, and that was what I witnessed. And fortunately he had people, around us that he was able to get support from. But, like, what would you rate the level of emotion that people have had? What is the most common thing that they're saying? I can't comprehend this. I can't process this. The shock. Yeah.
And it varies person to person as well. Like, it's kind of hard to put everybody in a box. So I think that's one thing that we got to kind of realize too, is everyone's going to handle this a little differently. And it's just meeting people where they're at and letting them know that it's okay not to literally be okay. This is a tragedy. This has been very hard for a lot of people in the community, and even a lot of people outside of our community.
Yeah.
So I think it just depends person to person, but a lot of it has been definitely like shock. No one was anticipating this. It's hard.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Then I felt bad for feeling bad and having emotions.
Yeah.
Really?
Yes. I felt bad for being asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I felt bad because the weather warnings went off on my phone at 4:30 a.m. and I looked at it and was like, oh, okay, well, this happens a lot, and I went back to sleep.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
We all did. Or we didn't get the alerts at all.
Yeah.
Or we didn't hear the rain. What? Who's
Joe?
Oh, Dr. Herring's here.
Yep.
There he is. His birthday. By the way, this is the eve of Mayor Herring's birthday.
Happy early birthday. That's awesome.
Do you have anything to say to MHDD, Mayor? How would you characterize MHDD's support of this community?
I want to give the mayor a hug.
Do it.
Go give the mayor a hug.
I think
they've done a great job.
I don't want to hug. I'm not a hugger, but I'll.
Yeah. Look at that. The mayor's getting hugs from MHDD. This is what we like.
Thank you. Also, they brought me a cool gift basket yesterday.
Did they really?
Yeah.
Did you report that on your financial
Thank you.
deal? All right. But, I had a question for you. Are you going to that thing later?
I'm glad I got to give him.
Okay. I'll see you there then. That he needed that. He's been through a lot.
I needed it too.
Yeah, absolutely. Kristen, you got good little guys. What was it? What is it difficult for you? What's been the hardest part for you? Seeing this, and you have a little bit of a different role. You manage the grants and things like that. You're a financial person. You're an auditor, right? You're an accountant.
I'm an accountant, and I do some auditing and some grant compliance type things. But my role in this last minute, because who really prepares for a disaster all of a sudden?
Yeah.
I did a FEMA budget, and I did it in about 6 hours.
Oh my gosh.
She crushed it. She had a lot of pressure on her.
What does that mean to do a FEMA budget? What is that? What does that look like?
There were 2 parts of this one, and an ISP and an RSP. And the ISP is the immediate relief part of it, and the RSP is more of the long term and developing a program that will carry us through and bring more resources and be able to hire new people to specifically focus on this.
Right. That's really important. So that was the pivot organizationally for your team, was to say, okay, the management's like, we got to get this done. And so what was did you worry about it at all, or were you?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you have any help?
I got mad at people for talking.
Yeah.
Because I needed to concentrate.
Yeah. You're like, okay, don't speak.
Normally I like to do funny stuff and be silly, but don't speak. Go back to your office. Shh.
Yeah, right.
Even the CFO.
Yeah, right. Well, it's easy to get rid of Citron. You just show, hey, there's a basketball game over there, and go over there, and he'll go away.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's part of everyone had to change a little bit, right?
Yeah. We've all definitely had to.
All of a sudden.
Yeah.
What time did you know about things? Where were you at, Kelsey?
My mom, shout out Jeannie, she actually got evacuated. So I got a phone call.
Where does she live?
Guadalupe Street.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She called me at 6 a.m. and sorry, Mom, but sometimes she over exaggerates things.
Yeah.
So I thought it was just, I didn't really think anything of it. And then she kept calling and I called her back finally like 6:15 when I finally woke up. And I was like, oh my God, this is actually, things have hit the fan.
Right.
So we went down and I met my brother and he was able to find her in a reunification field.
Okay.
And it's kind of a funny story. I won't tell her whole story, but
Did she go to Walmart? Was that her reunification site? Or?
hers was the field. She didn't make it to Walmart because my brother kind of hauled butt and found her in this field next to kind of like the Dietert Center. And
Right.
grabbed her and put her in his truck. But yeah, she was in.
Because parts of Guadalupe were flooded pretty significantly, right?
Yeah.
Right.
And then my mom's luckily a little bit higher up, but the spillway next to her house had a tree that stopped, and so the water was coming from the back and the front. So yeah, that's how I found out, was through my mom.
Yeah. Yeah. What about you, Kristen?
A million people text me from all over the country, like my college friends and people that I've met along the way in my career and wherever I was in life.
Yeah.
Texting me, asking me if I was okay. I got overwhelmed.
Right.
I couldn't get back to all of them. I was trying to figure out, well, am I okay?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've realized that I have not been able to get back. I still have approximately 73 unread text messages just from people I could not get back to, and I'm still trying to get back to people and say, hey, I'm sorry, I was really busy. This was something that we were.
What about you? Where were you when you found out?
I was asleep. Yeah, I got some text messages actually from Dalton Rice, and got up. And when he said it was bad, actually Joe Herring had mentioned to me once before that in previous floods the water could get up to the mall was where that's always struck me as the thing. And and last year we knew that it was pretty bad too when it flooded the park, but nothing like this.
No.
And I remember, and I've said this before, I drove down Cully because I live back behind the hospital. I drove down Cully, and we were like looking at it, and my girlfriend Jen was like, "What is that?" And I'm like, "That's the river."
Yeah.
Because Cully goes down into the park, right? And the river was at the same level as Thompson Drive. It was already receding by the time we got there at 7:15 or something like that. And so yeah, it was. I mean, I will never forget that scene of not being able to tell where Thompson Drive ended and began because the river was right there, and that was stunning.
Yeah.
And to see it on Francisco Limos later, the violence on Francisco Limos was terrifying as well. Like you didn't want to step too close to it. So, but that was a memorable morning. And I also I was, but then the response though, and then the setting up. At what point was the conversation about setting up the emotional support center? What was that? How did that come about?
So we were boots on the ground day one. Like we had a team at the elementary school, and we were kind of figuring out, assessing what was going on. Our incident command was established. So I think it was like day 4, I want to say, that it was brought up in a meeting. And I think it was Landon, actually, our deputy CEO, that was like, we need something for the long haul. We have space in one Shriner. Let's utilize that space. Let's make sure that it's, easy access and there's no barriers for the community to come in and talk. And so we started planning, asked the community for donations. They came through with so much help. We had an interior designer come in and decorate. We had Ashley's Furniture donate. My friends Nathaniel and Jace came and helped set up, and it was insane, the community response.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I mean, so and then what part of this did you have to start working on that FEMA thing? Was that day 2, day 3? Were you coming on the weekend? What were you doing?
It was day 5, day 4.
That was pretty
Day
quick.
4, and it was all through the weekend. I had to keep going back and forth.
Yeah.
Determining what we needed to take off or adjust a little bit with the state.
Yeah.
They were really helpful.
I think that's kind of like important to notice too, is like we have tons of people boots on the ground, and then there's tons of people behind the scene, like Kristen, that's doing, you know, the nitty gritty like financial stuff that like, God no, that sounds horrible. So
Right.
that's a whole team.
And not only that, but you also have your regular
clinic,
clinic and people.
CSU.
Right. And
Yeah.
so the crisis stabilization unit has got to be, you know, working. And so you, not only that, but you have this disaster and you have the everyday stuff that you have to do. And how difficult is to balance that, do you think?
Luckily, we've had help from our sister LMHAs.
What is an LMHA? What is local?
Sorry, I keep acronyms. Local Mental Health Authority.
Okay. Right.
You want to talk more about that? There's 39 in Texas.
39 in Texas. So 5 of them came in and revolved in our schedule and intermixed with us to go out into the field and even take some of that off of us for a little bit to give us a break.
Yeah.
Right.
And they've been awesome, and I've learned so much, and I think they were a little shocked to see me out there as the accounting person, but I'm learning a lot. It helps me write grants or put budgets together and understand what the needs are for the program.
Right.
And Kristen's also local too, so I think that's an important aspect is like having those people out in the field that, you know, people recognize, people know that they can come up and be like, okay, she's an easy person to talk to. You know?
Yeah.
Sometimes they're immediately looking at the badge and saying, "Are you local?" And then we get into that conversation, and the other LMHAs can see how we interact, and because they're from Austin and different places.
Right.
It's different here.
Do you live in Kerrville or Center Point? I don't know why.
Kerrville. I'm from Center Point.
Yeah, you're from Center Point, right?
But I live in Kerrville.
You grew up in Center Point?
Yes.
Yeah. So you're a pirate.
I am a pirate.
All right. But now you got kids going to TFND.
Yes.
Gee, Merry Christmas. Kelsey's TFND.
Yeah, TFND believe.
Yeah. But having that local response, though, you know, is, I mean, for a lot of folks, you know, who don't remember, you know, they've seen floods, but to see this flood, you know, as kids who grew up here, what was that like for you, Kristen?
Shocking and hard.
Yeah.
Because that's our river.
Yeah.
And I don't know how I feel about the river now.
Right.
Should I be afraid of it?
That's a common thing. And I heard Leslie said that, you know, Leslie Jones said she was angry with the river at this point. You know, do you feel that way a little bit? Are you angry with the river? Are you afraid of the river?
I was angry.
Yeah. Yeah. Because I think one of the things that was said yesterday, and I think it is sort of true, that we've kind of become complacent because the river has been so gentle.
I have never thought about it.
Right.
Doing that.
Yeah. You never thought that was going to happen.
No.
Right. Kelsey, what about for you? What was it like to see that?
I think angry too. It's overwhelming too to know that like it is something so peaceful and it can start to rage.
Did you think your mother, like when she was being evacuated, like, what are you talking about? Get out of here.
Yeah, that was it exactly. It was like, there's no way it's that high. There's no way like that it's at your doorstep. There's no way. So definitely shock. Definitely.
What is the need for MHDD going forward? What is the authority need? Do they need donations? Do they need money? Is that something we would even look at? How does that work?
So they need funding for services being provided to the community.
Yeah.
So
in the emotional support
for them, so we do have a donation
what we're looking
page
for right now.
Right.
Yeah, we do have a donation page on both of our websites. We have a website that's actually just dedicated to flood relief, and that's hillcountryhearts.com. And there's a donate button there. And then we have our normal www.hillcountry.org website as well. And there's a donation page there too. So it's definitely just funding for the programs for the foreseeable future for as long as the community needs.
Because the need is going to be for a long time.
Yeah.
You know, we're talking about multi-year.
Yeah.
You know, effort here. So
one thing about the LMHAs coming in from other places is they're going to be affected, like you said, from all over. So they've been down here. Now they know.
Right. Because we lost 119 people. 170 people are dead. 2 are still missing from the Kerr County area, but only 15 of those were our folks, were Kerr County residents. So it just gives you that sense of the broad scope and scale of this. So, do you know of any examples of what others are standing up to help with this?
So, and I kind of want to touch on the first responders too. They are all over the place. So there is a hotline that people can call. It's set up actually through us in the Harris Center, which is the LMHA in Houston, and they can call that hotline number. I don't have it memorized off the top of my head, but I'll come back and give it to y'all. And they can call that number as well, or they can contact their local mental health authority or us, and we can do what is called a warm handoff and kind of transition people to the clinic or the services that are in their area.
Right.
So everybody that is an LMHA is on the same page. We're wanting to make sure that everybody gets the support they need.
Right. And that's such an important part of it as well, is to make sure that all of these groups are supported. Because, like you said, these folks came in from all over the country to help with this effort, and they've gone home, and you never know what they've seen or what they've had to deal with. Some things bothered people, some things didn't bother people. That's part of it as well. I mean, that's one of those things that we don't think about that. So, I mean, what's the future look like now, do you think?
For us or just in general?
Just in general, yeah.
Just in general? I think it's going to take a little bit while, but to kind of, rebuild. And I feel like we've definitely become...
We're going to process things at different times.
Yeah.
Things are going to come out differently at different times.
Well, look at it. We're 6 weeks past, and you're still feeling some of the emotions of this. Yeah. What is it that you struggle with a little bit?
Well, I know that going out and being in Hunt and talking to people and meeting people and telling them what I'm going through too, it made me feel a lot better.
Right.
If I can feel better, that I was doing something.
Right. I mean, I get it. What has been satisfying?
That, giving hugs.
Yeah.
People feeling comfortable telling me what they're going through.
Right.
And if all I can do is give a hug or give them a bottle of water or a snack, and try to make them laugh if it's appropriate in that situation, we have that kind of connection.
And for you, Kelsey, what do you think?
I think just being available, being helpful has been really, I need that for my soul as well. Yeah. And just seeing and kind of understanding what everybody's been going through and hearing all the different stories of people like coming together and just
that's amazing.
Heroism. It's been incredible to hear those. Like I'm getting chills just thinking about some of the people that have done
that. We feel really, the community feels really loved.
Yeah.
And sometimes we forget, like maybe nobody knows where Kerrville is or Hunt or Ingram.
Or Centerpoint.
Right.
Or Centerpoint, where I'm from.
Right.
And Mountain Home, too.
I was saying Kerr County is, Mountain Home, Kerr County is Hunt, Kerr County is, those places.
Junction.
The overview of MHDD is what? Without the disaster, what is MHDD's role in our communities and how many counties?
So we're in 19 counties, 24,000 square miles. We provide services for people. We're basically a safety net provider for mental health services. We have substance misuse, crisis stabilization,
forensic services, veterans children programs.
So many different programs.
Yeah.
Like the group that I saw yesterday had
they were texting
people that were here. They were visiting from other groups, right?
Yeah.
What were they from again?
Let's see. We've got somebody from San Marcos. We've got all of our counties have been Hondo. Iris is from Hondo. Uvalde. They've come. Everybody's from all of our 19 counties.
Right. Yeah. And then you have your psychologist who's from what's the little town called? Tarpley?
Tarpley, yeah. Kelly. Shout out Kelly.
Yeah. Tarpley. But I mean, when Uvalde happened, which is in the MHD area, that was huge.
That was,
and someone asked me, why I was mentioning that I went to Uvalde the second day.
Mhm.
I said, well, because there was such a huge Kerrville connection there. There was MHD was down there. There were pastors down there. There was all this support for Community Foundation raised lots of money for that as well. What was that like, to work on, with that, and how did that affect the organization?
That was difficult. That was actually my 3rd month on the job when everything happened. Once again, just seeing our team come together in it was horrible. It's a horrible time, and seeing how everybody kind of came together, saw what needed to be done, and got it done it's inspiring. But it definitely kind of changed us as an organization as a whole, and I believe firmly that now we know a little bit more of what to expect.
A lot.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, what do you think?
Same. We've grown a lot.
How long have you worked for MHDD now, Kristen?
Almost 4 years.
4 years.
So
right.
I had just started too.
Were we in the same orientation?
I think so. Yeah. Also with Kathleen.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow.
But I don't remember knowing that you were new. Oh well.
It works. It works out.
Yeah.
Works out all right.
I was the staff accountant.
Yeah.
And so going, okay, well, I guess we're going to see how this rolls out.
This
on
rolls
the
out.
books.
Right. Exactly. And then that really was, to me, I know that I'd had some introductions to MHDD before, but from being with the lead, I mean, it really touched home that there was so much engagement there. You guys did a lot of work down there. Yeah. And that's ongoing work too. Are you going to have like a moment to breathe and everyone get together and say, how can we do things better? What did we learn? What do we need to do in the future? I mean, you always have a lesson out of this stuff.
Yeah, lessons learned for sure. We're constantly meeting and talking about what we can do better, what needs to be worked on, what we can do for future disasters, because we do have a disaster team within our MHDD. And so, it's just small things like making sure we're wearing the same shirts. It's things that you wouldn't really recognize until you're in that moment. You're like, oh crap.
Maddie didn't responded, by the way. She's ignoring me.
Oh, come on, Maddie.
Come on. Oh. What do you mean? You're supposed to wear a green shirt. Let me see here. Green shirt.
Say, homegirl, that was yesterday.
Yeah.
But we're the team in green, so find us in green.
Wait a minute. Dang it, I'm just going to call it. Stand by. Yep. You might want to put headphones on for this one. Kind of lo-fi it. Will she answer the phone?
I wonder if she got her yet. This one.
She can answer the phone. Come on, Maddie. Answer the phone. When your neighbor calls, answer the phone.
You have to. You have to answer your phone.
She's gonna go to voicemail. Can you believe that? So, see? Look at that. She doesn't like me. I'll give her a hard time. So she hasn't quite gotten... She knows that I do the show. I don't think she knows that I do the show and I've made her a character already. So she doesn't know that.
Awesome.
Yeah, I know. She's constantly
Why am
doing...
I not a character?
You are a character, but you ducked me for a year. So there you go. Kelsey's a character. We're gonna live stream her marriage. Yeah. When are you getting married again?
In February.
Where you can get married at?
Big Bend.
Oh, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
I was just down there on Saturday.
Yeah.
By the way, the drive from Presidio to Big Bend is now among my top 5.
Yeah.
Most beautiful
it's
drive.
Gorgeous. It's absolutely
fantastic.
Gorgeous.
It's a gorgeous drive. It's just incredible. And they want to put a wall through that. I just don't understand that, but that's another story altogether. All right. What does the next couple weeks look like?
No. What time is it?
Gotta go. It's noon.
12:01.
Okay, I'm good. Sorry.
Right.
I have to be back for a bid and a presentation.
All right. Tell us what you think the future of MHDD is. Why are you proud of working for MHDD?
Because we help. We help, and it's the things I'm passionate about with mental health. And we all came together, and it was amazing what I've seen.
Yeah.
I'm really proud to be where I am.
That's great.
And I hope I keep learning things so I can keep helping us.
Right. Kelsey, what do you think?
I think it's everybody we work with, like starting from the Kerr clinic.
Personal connections that I've made
Yeah.
are awesome.
Yeah, and just seeing everybody just, take mental health seriously and advocate for it. So it's definitely like an advocacy thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job. Thank you so much for both of you being here. Awesome as always. Get that to top. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for participating in this. We are grateful for MHDD and everybody who showed up on the show today. Even the extras we had. We had 18 guests today. So, fantastic news. All right. Tomorrow we wrap it up. We've got an amazing final day on Friday. The KACC, the Kerr Arts and Cultural Center, the Gunnies Warriors, Hill Country Heritage Farmers Markets, Together with Hill Country Veterans, BCFS, Hill Country Veterans Center, the Doyle Center, and the League of Women Voters wraps us up tomorrow. Bye, you guys. Have a great day, everybody. We'll see you guys again tomorrow. See you later.